So you all want to see my front porch right now? We got around, oh, 5 to 6 inches of snow over the last, 12 hours. And we are expecting several more inches of snow in I guess in the next, 5 to 6 hours or something like that. Well, let me make sure that music is not obnoxiously loud. So we were expecting even more snow to hit here pretty quick. So I found out last night where we were having some issues with the bit rate and everything like that. Hopefully that's going to be corrected today. Although with snow and everything, we don't know how steady the internet is going to be, but we're going to try and hang in there. So, yeah. Today, what are we going to get done? Today, I think we've finally felt out what it means to go from an early rune, have that scale up with you, and then what it means for these later level runes. One of the big bad runes you can get later on, right? Now, after talking with guys like Ross and just some of the people here in the community, it's pretty clear that each of the runic languages at minimum has to have at least 10. There have to be at least 10 because you have to be able to build into your full portfolio if you want that kind of character expression, right? So, it has to give you at least 10. And what I came up with last night, I think, so stream cut off before I got to this eureka moment. If you guys watched the VOD from last night, you can tell before Amanda and I started eating Vegemite and trying that out, you can tell that I was in the middle of a brain blast moment happening, alright? I went through and did the entire concept out for Abyssal. And if you all are wondering what the upper level of power is going to be like for some of the legend runes that we were talking about, I got it last night. I also went through, there's a couple changes in the base class I'll talk about, mostly just quality of life or some small tweaks here and there. If you see something that looks different, call it out and I'll be happy to explain it. Now, the base class itself did get a little bit of changes, just some kind of swapping of some of the features around to make sure that the scaling of it made sense. Vegemite super brain powers, exactly, right? I'll blame it on the Vegemite. But let me go down to these Abyssal runes so you all can see what we're going to have for the upper level of power here. Now, I thought, what could be cooler if you're going to have one of these legend runes than for a legend rune to literally encapsulate what it means to be a creature that is of this creature type that is such a huge player in the events of the universe, right? Somebody who is predestined to have to exist. A creature that is themselves basically law of nature, right? So looking at these, Baphomet. Would Baphomet have their own rune as a demon lord? I think it makes sense to me, right? If not, then demons let me turn that down a little bit more. Then demonic rune keepers over time have created a rune for Baphomet, right? And then if your DM doesn't like it, hey, guess what? You can just scratch it out with a Sharpie. Baphomet, the rune of the Horn King. The attuned creature can perfectly recall any path that they have traveled, and they are immune to the maze spell. Furthermore, when a creature moves within range of the attuned creature's speed, the attuned creature can use a reaction to move up to their speed and make an attack. So, what does this mean right here? This means that you are always going to forego, this creature, whoever gets this, let's say you give this rune to the fighter, that fighter is basically getting extra attack 5, because now they're shifting their additional attack over to their reaction, instead of it just being whenever you take the attack action on their turn. That is massive, absolutely massive, and I think that is it's super worthy of like a legend rune, right? And then what can you do with this thing? The legend runes are all going to have this tag where here at the very end, invoking time special, duration instantaneous, and then you get to use legendary resistance on yourself. You don't like it, really? Let me try and sell you on a few more. All right. They all are going to have this legendary resistance tag at the end, where once you fail a saving throw, you can invoke the rune to succeed instead, and then you can spend 5 runic charges to do so again. I think that this is a pretty cool through line to carry over into all of the legend runes. Looking at like Demogorgon, and remember, this is a rune that once you have this one, it's going to require 9 other abyssal runes inscribed, none of which can be a legend rune. So I can't get Baphomet and Demogorgon at the same time, or Baphomet and Fraz Urblu at the same time. Demogorgon. The rune of the sibilant beast. The attuned creature is immune to being charmed and frightened, and has advantage on saving throws against being blinded, deafened, stunned, and knocked unconscious. The invoking time, and then you get all the legendary resistance stuff in here, right? You can invoke the rune once per long rest, and then you can use runic charges to do so again multiple times later. So like, with these legendary resistance kind of things, what you're going to have to do is, once you invoke the rune, you have to spend 5 runic charges to do so again. What this means is you have a number of, think about it like this, you have a number of runic charges equal to half your Runekeeper level. So, what this means is, up by 20th level, whenever you get into that upper echelon and you have a legend rune, you'll be able to do this 3 times. So, legendary resistance, 3 times per day, you get to do this, like, you know, I think that's pretty sick. That's pretty nasty. I don't know if that needs to be, because like we were talking about this on stream last night. I don't know if that needs to be that like you have to spend 10 runic charges to do so again. That feels like such a big blowout of all your power. I don't think it's necessary. I think that like if you were to do this, like you're just using your runic charges on this and not to re-invoke any of your other runes, I think you're going to find that it's going to feel pretty expensive. So I'm okay with this right now. Going over to like Fraz Urblu. This is the Illusion and Legend rune. The rune of the Demon Lord of Illusions. The attuned creature can't be targeted by divination magic or perceived through magical scrying sensors. Further, the creature knows the Phantasmal Force spell and can cast it at will as a 2nd level spell without expending a spell slot. This is a lot of stuff that's on like Fraz Urblu's stat block that I'm just giving over to you as a character now. And that feels so sick. And then you get the legendary resistance mechanic, right? It's True Blue. Yes, I do. Let me just get you a link. And let's do that. Here you go. Hey, Blue Thumbnail, what's going on? There you go. Yeah, if you join up over there, you'll see a lot of the updates that go live for any of the homebrew stuff I'm doing, or if you are interested in getting some of your tunes out, runes out. If you're interested in getting your stuff critiqued, there are some people that are that are willing to check your work out and give you some feedback. Yeah, I think it's, yeah. Are they limited to the base class? Oh, the other, okay, are they, so, I have designed these to wear, I have designed the runes intentionally to wear, you see where it says 9 other abyssal runes inscribed, none of which can be a legend rune? The Runekeeper is only going to be able to get one of these. The half classes, or the 1/3 classes, are never going to be able to get the number of inscribed runes that'll be required for them to be able to get a legend rune. And some people might not like that. Like, it might be like, we can say that that's like an upper echelon of power, right? Where, like, you can allow them one of these weapon runes, or, sorry, one of these legend runes. And that might be okay. but this is a thing I literally just came up with last night. I don't like. I don't know that I'm totally sold on like kind of throwing that on there just yet because glyph casting is already really good for the wizard. On top of runic lore, like this is a lot, a lot. Um, so like I'm not entirely sold on the idea that like the third invokers need to be able to access the legend runes. Yeah, but oh, and I need to take a look at the druid again here in a little bit. Demogorgon should allow you to get more powerful as you kill more enemies. Um, I mean, this is right here. This is like the big passive of the Demogorgon. This is a huge level of power right here. Oh, hey, hey, Fry, thanks. Thanks so much, Eric, for the $2. Ranger subclass called the Trapper Keeper. Uh, yeah, oh, okay. So some people have asked about this, like if I'd be interested in doing that Ranger. This is so cliche, right? Like, how many people are doing a Ranger revision? But like, you know, and there's always that one thing, right, where you're like, oh, but I feel like there's one good idea. Like, I feel like I've got the right idea. Like, oh yeah, I think I can fix it. Yeah, yeah. I I would like to see what I could do with a Ranger rework. Just simply because of the idea that got posted up, where we were talking about it here in live stream, where it's more focused on the idea of it being the crit reduction or crit guaranteeing or crit something class. I think that Hunter's Mark being automatically applied as a part of like an attack that you make, right? Like you make an attack against a creature and then that creature is subjected to like your Hunter's Mark, might be able to make it to where like we can start removing things like maybe concentration? I don't know. But yeah, so there were just some ideas out there. Um, is part of his lore for you to get more powerful as you kill more enemies? I mean, like, I, I don't, I don't know. I mean, you're welcome to try. I've got a bunch of, runes in here that I think are gonna do the once you kill a thing, you're going to get better sort of a mechanic that I'll show you here in just a little bit. But as for the Demogorgon, I like that this feels legendary. You get immunity to being charmed or frightened, and you have advantage on saving throws against being blinded, deafened, stunned, and knocked unconscious. Further, you can invoke this thing to just succeed on a saving throw, and then re-invoke it using your runic charges to do so again. This is a legendary rune. This is huge, 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 huge. Yeah, bag of rats. But I do like. I took. Oh, we'll see you later, Eric. And thanks for popping by in the dono. We will see a few runes in here that will do the like once you kill a thing, you get other stuff. Part of like my challenge with the Runekeeper was like, I talk about these exploits. How can we design around them? Whatever. A lot here on the channel. And a lot of the things I did for the Runekeeper were like, let me show you guys how we can get you healing through an attack without breaking the game. Let me show you how we can do things like messing with hit dice without fundamentally breaking down the rules for like short rests and all that stuff, right? What are some other ways that we can do healing in the game that aren't just, it's tied into a spell slot usage or resting mechanics. So like the runes that I have in here, especially for Celestial, were meant to present an alternative for what healing could mean in 5e. There's this the way I look at this class is this is going to be like my master's thesis on 5e, right? My master's thesis on like 5e design or something. This is a brand new magic system I am submitting for the approval of the committee. If I need to defend it, I guess I will at that later date. Hey, Rich, how's it going? Good to see you, man. Yes. So, some of the other ones, right? Grazed. The rune for Grazed. The rune of the Prince of Pleasure. The attuned creature can cast a charm person spell at will as a second level spell without expending its spell slot. Further, the attuned creature can use their reaction at the end of another creature's turn to cause one creature charmed by them to use their reaction to move up to its speed as the attuned creature directs. You are getting a lot of the power and mental control out of a spell like Charm Person or any of your other effects that you could use with this rune right here. It's not just like this built-in mechanic and only this action is the way that you can get use out of this. Now it's like, do you have another way to charm something? Sweet! This is just going to straight up improve that. I think that is sick. Sick nasty. And then you get the legendary resistance kicker in there. Oh, like, by the time that you hit 17th level, I think you have to get this level of power right here to make sure that this is the big flashy showpiece right here for what a rune could be, you know? You want to focus on charming. If you're like, yeah, I want to go with that sort of, Demon Lord flair. I like the idea of building a character that's into this, like, dark enchantment. Grazed is going to be, quite a lot. Quite a lot. Do these legendary runes imply you know the true name of a Demon Lord? That's kind of sick. That's kind of sick. Oh, you're excited for the wait till I show you Bahamut and Tiamat. Yeah, right? Like, you see what I mean? Like, oh, I love how stoked you get with, like, what's the rough estimate for the amount of hours I spent on this class? You guys have seen on stream about, like, maybe a quarter of the time I've spent on this thing. Like, I've tried to live stream this as much as I could, but there were issues, right? Like the PC crash, me having to completely redesign my layout after the PC crash, being sick with COVID, whatever, that took time away from it. But I think in the end, I really got gung-ho on designing this class in, what was it, like late October, mid-November? When was the earliest stream? And then, yeah, I'll show you some of the runes for the Draconic. I am thinking that this is going to be such a knockout. Like, oh, man. Okay, so I think the earliest one that says Rune Keeper livestream design was in, I feel like I got started. Okay, so the Rune Keeper was kind of my callback to, like, yeah, come back to YouTube. I think you figured out being a teacher and you can do YouTube and teaching at the same time. So it says 1 month ago. I got back started on the Rune Keeper, I think a month or two before that. So I streamed, let me see here, 2, 7, 6, no, that's 7. So 14, 16, 20, 30, 37, 39, 40, no, that's 50 hours right there. There's another 60, okay, 63, about 70, and 76. Okay, so 76, 78, okay, so there's about 80 plus hours worth of me doing just design work on YouTube right now. So it is this was quite the task. And even people that were over in my Discord saw, I think, like, whenever I came back to it, right? And let me say, this is also a class I've been working on for basically a year and a half, because back whenever I first had the idea for this system back during Legends of Frozenfar, when I was trying to get that product out. The like the system, I was like, I had the nugget of the idea in my head where I was like, okay, I don't think WotC is doing the like Rune invocation a lot of justice. This is like, based on all the lore that exists for runes, I just didn't think that WotC really got it quite right. So that's why I set out to start designing my own system back during Legends of Frozenfar, and I love the idea so much I showed it to Ross, and Ross is like, we need to make this a full class. We can't get this whole thing out here for this product, but like, ooh, I want to see where this goes, right? So then I got the job teaching, and then it was like, all right, I got to step away from doing D&D stuff for a while, but this is always sitting in the back of my head. I always saw like the cover art and everything, and I was like, there's a mechanic here. There is so a class here, and just and nothing quite like it really got developed. So I was like, you know what? I had an idea for what this class could be, and I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna sit down and see what I can do, right? And this was like late October, and I started just typing, and I was like, wait, things are kind of clicking here. The base class just kind of started to make sense. I did a lot of line editing on the format itself. I know a lot of people that are pretty consistent in chat, like Trekaros and Mads, will probably be able to attest. Like, this is not the way that these were originally laid out, and they were pretty damn clunky at one point. And now I've done a lot of line editing to where, like, this system will churn, it will work, everything feels pretty damn clean, and like it just punches, gets to the point, executes on the concept. And I think like any reasonable player, any reasonable DM, whatever interpreter is going to look at this and think, okay, this is a world building tool. This is doing a lot of things that I really I know that this is doing the thing that I personally would have loved to have seen the Rune Knight do. Like, oh, the layout style has come a long way in a lot of this layout has, and like, I think Trek did some like research or something. He did like a Twitter poll where he was asking people about doing he was asking people about whether or not they would prefer the old style of the way that they usually do D&D 5e formatted stuff, or if they like would prefer a custom layout. And it seemed like the results seemed kind of mixed, but there were only like 25 people that responded. But it seemed like people were pushing towards like official 5e stuff. So what I'm going to do to make those people happy, I'm going to be releasing a custom version of this with like my layout and everything. And then I'm going to be releasing a version of it that's in the traditional 5e fonts and everything that you can download either side, whatever. I also need to come up with a print-friendly version of it once I get to that point. But yeah, that's when once we get to that hill, we'll get there. But I think today, the core thing to do is going to be to fill out a lot of these runic languages with the base runes that we know need to exist, and then go on to see what we need to do for final publish. Celestial, Draconic. Okay. First off, Draconic gets a rune for legend, and it's just legend. So the Draconic word for legend is Rios, and you usually are the only one that's able to get the legendary resistance here. However, this one will allow you to inscribe it onto any object and give the creature that attunes to it the legendary resistance right here. Once it does so, it can't do so again for 1 day. Uniquely, because it doesn't give you another passive here, and it doesn't do some of the things like we'll see with the Bahamut and Tiamat rune, I feel like this is okay, and it's only going to be once per day, and we can bring it down to where you only need 7 other inscribed Draconic runes. I thought about bringing that down so far as like you being able to step into it at 10th level, but I do not really want to infringe on Fighter's territory there with Indomitable, even though that feature is not super great. I'm going to remove that. Boom, there we go. I haven't gotten done with the mock rune yet, but yes, I will get there. Um, but this is the only way that you can just pass out. Like, you can just pass out the legendary resistance kind of a thing. I think that this is really sick. It's going to require attunement, but, like, you can inscribe this on an additional object. And because of a feature that they get up here, let's say you've got your buddy who has a magic item that, like, yeah, I wanted to stay attuned to this, and I mean, your rune is really cool. I wish I could get it. Guess what the Rune Keeper can do? That nobody else can. Whenever a creature attunes to a magic item that bears one of your inscribed runes that it requires attunement, attuning to the item also attunes the creature to the rune, without the rune counting against their limit of attuned magic items. So, it still counts as one, like, magic item intrinsically. Your rune works with the magic properties of the item. Because my idea for the Rune Keeper, in my mind, this is like what I, in a way, kind of number one, wish the Artificer could have been in concept, and that, like, you're able to create magic items, and this is like the palette for you to do that, right? You're able to, like, take these magic properties, put it onto an item. If you go, like, with, like, Dethic, the Dwarven runesmithing technique allows you to inscribe 2 runes onto a weapon or item, which, like, I've kind of wondered if there's just any reason why we can't just remove that restriction. If there's any reason why it would just absolutely fundamentally break things to make it to where you can inscribe multiple runes on the same weapon or armor. I haven't been able to really dig into anything to lead me to believe that WotC did that for a balancing measure. I think it was just more of a worrisome, like, there might be something that comes up that would make this too good, so we're only going to limit it to where there's one effect. Artificer is the factory, Runekeeper is the aftermarket mods. Yeah, there you go, right? Yeah, and the longer we have with the Artificer, the more it feels like a missed opportunity. Which is why I think a lot of people are really happy with Kibble's Inventor, because Kibble's made it a very modular class, and I think many people wanted the Artificer to be, right? Like, you know, like, people want character options. They want the flexibility. They want to be able to make the kind of character that they want to make, because that's what this game advertises. And if we keep cutting out character options for the sake of streamlining the system, people are going to find another way. Like, this is what pushes people towards homebrew. They can't get the character expression that they want to out of the system, so they start looking for third-party content in order to meet that need. That's 100% of the reason why everybody turns to homebrew. They want to make a character that the game does not support, so they start looking around for other options, right? Something that scratches that itch. It's not actually very often that you see anybody looking up homebrew for the sake of breaking the game. That's a very, very rare type of gremlin shithead, I guess we'll say. Like, you don't really get players that come to your table that are bringing intentionally broken homebrew for the sake of breaking the game, right? They're usually doing that because, like, they didn't realize it was busted or whatever, right? So that's it's I try to think that a lot of people are just looking for another way to do the thing that they want to do, and not necessarily they're looking for a thing that's intentionally better than everything else in terms of power. They're usually looking at something that is better at achieving what their idea of the class should be, or their idea of the character should be, rather than anything that's like in, you know what I mean? Most people that are looking at homebrew aren't trying to break the game. That's what I'm saying. I honestly think this is the strongest part of 5e, is that it's so streamlined that it spawns such a robust third-party creator community. And that's another argument too. I don't have a problem with, like, 5e being streamlined. I think that WotC has the wrong impression of what it means to streamline the game, because it's like, by default, you're either going to be a martial or, like, spellcaster. There's no, like, mixture. There's no, there isn't really a there isn't really a big drive from WotC right now to push the system beyond where they've already gone. Yeah, you look for fantasy that the main books can't give you. Yep, that's yep. And the bad homebrew is relegated to D&D wiki. Hey, I mean, you know what? Like, just because it's on the DM's guild doesn't mean it's a zinger. Uh, I don't like. I'm all here for people trying to, trying to do their thing on the DM's guild. Um, I think there, I think there comes a point where like once you've entered into a certain echelon of creators on the DM's guild, and this sounds kind of pretentious here for a second, but stick with me here. Once you've hit like a platinum bestseller, or let maybe say like a gold bestseller, platinum bestseller, whatever, something like that, right? Usually, if you hit copper bestseller, you've sold more than a lot of the stuff that's on the DM's guild. Usually, if I release a thing, if I release a thing and I just post about it on Twitter or whatever, it'll usually go copper within a week. There's plenty of things that have sat on the DM's guild for years and haven't even hit that. It's just 50 sales, right? Silver means that it's kind of a standout, and that's only 101 sales or something like that. Maybe 151. I think it's just 101. And then like Electrum is 251, gold is 501, and then platinum is 1,001, right? I think if you hit gold or platinum, they have that DM's Guild Adepts program. I think that you should be put into that tier where like, bam, okay, you are a gold bestseller. You should probably be up here, apart from the people that haven't quite gotten to that point, right? Because if you look at like the top, like most popular products, it's fairly rare that like, and I've had this talk on here before, and I'll get back into the Runekeeper. But if you look at like the most popular products right now, okay. So Trek and I worked on this one together. See Trek Rose, Terran Pounds. We got home field advantage. This has been sitting at number 2 underneath Monster Manual Expanded. Anytime Dragonix releases one of these, it's going to sit there on that number 1 spot for probably about 6 months. Like, probably. Yeah, gold is top 4% already. Cult of the Hydra, JVC Perry, one of the best adventure writers that we have in the entire world right now, that released this, like yesterday? I mean, yeah, he wrote Short Dreams, he wrote Dragon Relics, he wrote Call from the Deep, right? 3 of the best adventures, like, written for 5e so far, and they're modules, right? This guy writes a massive volume of content, and now he has a new adventure he wrote that he just put out yesterday, advertised like crazy, and bam, of course it's going to hit number 3. Totally expect that. Exploring Eberron. This is Keith Baker, the guy that made Eberron, putting this up here. This was number 1 for nearly a year. I think maybe it was over a year. This isn't going anywhere. This is the kind of thing where I think you need to make a legacy tier where, like, of course, like, keep your DM's Guild Adepts or whatever, but like a legacy tier of it's Keith goddamn Baker. Like, I mean, WotC hires this dude. Complete DM's bundle, events your games. Every time one of these drops, usually shoots up to the most popular, because this is just these are like compendiums or companions for you as a DM to pick up that will make running the adventure a little bit easier. Arc Villain Archive. I don't know much about this one at all, but it got a soft cover, hardcover, and PDFs and all that good stuff. An Elf and an Orc had a little baby. I know that like this was the first one was a bestseller for a long time because it was one of the first systems to like kind of question what it meant for like race, right? What race mechanics were. Monster Manual Expanded, again, a Dragonix one. It's available in like hardcover, so like, wait, is it only PDF? No, I have it in hardcover right there. What? Weird. The Adventurer's Domestic Handbook. This one's gotten a lot of pretty rave reviews because it's about like trying to explain like how to narrate romance or what that can mean, for your stuff. Journey of the Spirit Walker. I have no idea what this is, but that's the top 10 right now. These are all, I would say that like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'll say this much. I think or the Monster Manual Expanded, Cult of the Hydra, Exploring Eberron, um, maybe this Monster Manual Expanded are probably going to stay up here for another 2 or 3 months. So that just means that there's basically half, a little under half of the most popular titles that you could consider blocked out. We did really well with home field advantage, and I'm going to be really, really impressed if we can. I think we'll stay in the top 10. I don't know that we'll stay at number 2 for very, very much longer. But it's been sick to see the reception that this thing has gotten. Trek absolutely killed it on this thing. Cult of the Hydra. So someone just mentioned that JVC left the guild some time ago. Correct. He came back. He published this, which I'm curious to hear what the reason was. I'm happy to have him back, but it looks like maybe it was because it was a collaborative project and the other two just kind of pushed to like get it on the guild. But it looks sick. Like, this looks fantastic. And yeah. So if he's back, welcome back. But yeah, he said he wasn't going to publish on the guild anymore. Oh, he wrote it as a commission. Okay. So he was commissioned to write an adventure for, I guess, a guild product, which, I mean, that's not unusual. If I was starting out to try and monetize my homebrew, would I publish it on the DM's Guild or drive through RPG? So I would say don't start trying to monetize your stuff until how do I put it? Yeah, absolutely get paid for your work and your time. But I don't go into publishing on the DM's Guild with the expectation that it's going to make you a lot of money. Don't do that. I recommend, like, the DM's Guild has the best license for publishing for 5e, but they have the worst royalty rate of, like, any of the websites right now. Taking a 50% cut out of your profits is that's pretty big, you know. So you've got to reconcile with that. If you're cool with that, it's okay to publish on the guild. The loss of the rights to your content is, I'm not a huge fan. I'd say I'm not a huge fan. I really don't like it. Like, I really don't like the fact that you lose the rights to your content. And, like, you know, I don't think that the DM's Guild would be able to enforce this, but just my thought is, like, if somebody actually tried to challenge that and took their stuff offline or tried to self-publish, is the DM's Guild really going to raise a big whole, like, legal battle over the right to publish a piece of content that was maybe making them $1,000, $2,000? You know? It's not a money grab because there's no money to grab in TTRPGs. I mean, if you are people like me, Trek, or like Phil or Heavy, Ross, Benjamin, all that, we are, I would say, okay, at least in my situation, I'm making enough to, like, I can pay a water and electric bill, like, with DM's Guild sales, you know, not really much else. It's not enough to make off of, or it's not enough to make a living off of for me at the moment. However, there are guys like CZRP, like Christian Zook or Heavy, that have been making, I mean, as far as I know, and I don't want to, like, say any numbers or anything, but I've been told that they've been able to make a living just doing TTRPG content production. But again, those are, like, what, 2 out of how many people that are trying to do the same thing, you know? If you put something on the DM's Guild for free, you lose the rights to that content. If you host it in any capacity on their website, you lose the rights to the content. You can change it and everything, but you can't publish it anywhere else. And WotC, we haven't we haven't really seen WotC try this part of the license out just yet, but according to the community content agreement, there's like WotC has the right to take stuff off the guild and like just use it in an official book. Like they have the right to just take the thing and put it in a book if they wanted to. Now, we haven't seen them do that. Like, we haven't seen WotC take something that is in a DM's Guild product and just put it into a book wholesale. But it doesn't change the fact that the CCA does allow for that. So, you know, that's another thing to consider. Like, are you cool with the potential of seeing something you wrote just put into a book, and WotC doesn't even apparently owe you the decency of a phone call? Like, you know, because technically that's what that can do, and I'm not a fan of that. I think that if WotC is going to take anything that you design and then put it into an official book, you at least are owed the courtesy of an email, a credit in the book, and getting paid for your, you know, if your thing is going to make WotC money, WotC needs to make you money. That's the way I think about it. If it's going to be put into an official book, you are owed a royalty as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. And it's interesting, don't like that at all. We haven't, like I said, we haven't seen it tested yet. We haven't seen it tested yet. You know, like, we haven't seen WotC go so far as to try and, yeah, if they ever do that, a shitstorm, yeah, like, if WotC were to, like, take the dancer or the merchant and just say, yeah, this is a class that we're putting into our new book, and, like, the mechanics were pretty much wholesale, like, for what I wrote, or hell, I mean, if WotC took, like, the Pugilist or the Accursed or whatever and just basically put it into a book without contacting Benjamin or, you know, Ross, that would be, I think we'd be looking at grounds for a lawsuit. But we haven't seen the waters of that tested because it feels really icky if that's what they would try to do. But according to the content agreement, that's what WotC has the power to do. So that's the thing that you should know before you publish over there, is that you are giving up the rights to your content potentially being included in an official book without WotC even owing you the courtesy of saying, how do you do? Like, for real. Like, it's spelled out in the CCA. Go check it out. But what are the perks? You make 50% of sales on the products that you sell over there. Yay! So, like, whenever we put the kind of work into a thing like what I'm doing right here, where I basically make a whole brand new spellcasting system, but I have to use the 5e, like, license because a lot of this lore is tied up into the Forgotten Realms. You know, like, it sucks, but, sometimes the world is going to just hand you a big old heaping spoonful of doggy doo-doo, and you just gotta bite down. They have so much more stuff to work on from the guild before they get to the crazy possibility to think about. Yeah, I mean, but whenever something gets the attention that something like Benjamin's Pugilist does, where, like, literally D&D Beyond was reaching out to include the Pugilist on D&D Beyond, you know that WotC has seen it, you know that WotC knows that there's a demand for that, and that fans would love to get something like that into the game. So, like, are they gonna go that route, or are they going to have too much pride to reach out to a pretty prolific content creator and just make it a fucking fighting style? Like, what? I know WotC's not D&D Beyond, I'm aware, but, like, they have control, like, they have a measure of control over the website. Why do I want to move to full-time content creation? I really love it. Like I love making videos. I love streaming. Um, I have a good time here online, and I've been meeting a lot of really cool people on here. I like teaching, but like um, a lot of teachers are quitting. I don't know if you all have been watching the news or reading the news here lately, but a lot of teachers are leaving. A lot of teachers are leaving the profession because we feel underpaid, and not just underpaid, but we also feel very expendable. Um, we are we're dealing with a real bad situation in this world, and yet we're just expected as teachers to go put ourselves into this bad environment um, without things like vaccine mandates or mask mandates or whatever, like even basic precautions being taken and enforced in the school. Um, and I got sick with COVID so bad that it was like, yup, this is my. I was already kind of thinking this because, I mean, I teach at a private school and it doesn't work for the student loan forgiveness program that I'm trying to go through. Um, but I mean, you have to teach at a Title One school. You have to teach at a Title One school for like 5 to 10 years. But the school I teach at was the one that gave me the call that was like the most promising offer. It's just not going to work out in the long run. Um, so um, it's monetarily it's not going to work out. Fiscally not going to work out. But there's a lot of teachers that are leaving the system right now. Uh, yeah, there is a mass migration because we need teachers should get a baseline pay of at least 50,000 a year. 50,000 a year. None of this bullshit about paying us to where it's basically like $14 an hour. I'm in a red state. I'm in Oklahoma. We have the worst, most unfriendly governor towards education. We're one of the states that they keep contemplating banning things like Mouse, Spiegelman's graphic novel, right? I don't know if you've been reading some of that stuff, but our governor has been basically doing everything he can to make our situation worse here with this pandemic. Basically has made it illegal to do any sort of a mask or vaccine mandate, and started replacing us teachers with fucking cops. Like, hang on. This is how bad the teacher like migration is here in Oklahoma. We are at a point. Here you go. This is from Facebook. We are at a point where police officers are going in and replacing teachers right now. Notice that they have guns, they have tasers on them, they have pepper spray on them right now. Like, this is a bad situation. This is bringing in a weapon that was not otherwise there into a classroom that just doesn't need to be there, right? Putting a person who, in Oklahoma, it's possible to be a police officer with only a high school diploma. You don't need to have your bachelor's degree like they require for all of us teachers to have, right? You can go in there, apparently, with a gun and bear mace, right? And go in there and teach these kids in uniform. Number two, why the fuck are they in uniform? Like, that is a show of force in a classroom where kids are supposed to feel comfortable coming in and learning. Like, I know I'm gonna get back on D&D stuff, but like I'm a teacher, so like this gets me really infuriated. But this is the thing that my state is doing, where we're replacing police officers, or sorry, we're replacing teachers that are now leaving the system with police officers, rather than discuss the ability for them to for us to get raises, to get on healthcare plans that will cover more than 60% of hospital visits and dental visits and vision, and get us like the amount of stress that goes into teaching is insane. So like we are needing to kind of stand in solidarity. Um, my my own like job is pretty nice. I have a nice budget and all that stuff, But even me teaching at a public school, I make $6,000 a year less than I would at teaching at a private school. This is what I mean by teachers are severely underpaid. I took this gig because I was gonna get what I felt were some pretty great benefits out of it, and I thought that it was gonna be a pretty cushy way for me to be able to get my student loan forgiveness. However, however, it doesn't even qualify for that. Um, Feeling a little bit misled because they said they were, well, I mean, they're a 501c3, and I thought, hey, like this is gonna work for the forgiveness program. It doesn't. Um, yeah, it's a whole big spiel. So, anyways, why am I going this is all tied back into why am I trying to go full-time content creator? I really like the design work, and it seems like I get I can do this from my home. I can be my own boss. I can make a lot of fun, cool content or whatever. That's my thing is I like making cool stuff happen. What I want to do is some people have asked like, well, I thought you said it was your dream to be a music teacher. Yeah, it has been. It has been for the last 20-ish years. I would love to be a music teacher. I got to live that dream out in the last year. And guess what I learned from that? The system does not really give a damn, and you're going to feel underappreciated. You're going to love teaching for your students, and you're going to feel like, bam, like, yes, okay, I can, this amount of respect, right? And this amount of rewarding that I get, this rewarding feeling that I get out of seeing a kid latch on to music, find a new band, find an instrument, or start to sing and really find a love for it is awesome. I got a lot of that this last year, and that's a very, very fucking cool feeling. But it does not, you will not be able to pay your electric bills in good feels. We're getting to a point where it is just financially unfeasible for you to be a teacher because the state expects you to take it on as like fucking charity work. Our state does, So, I have Rich Mary. You're thinking where I'm already thinking. I want to, as a part of this year, start making more because I got a lot of really good responses on some of the music education videos I do here. I wanted to do some more talking about music kinds of videos here on the channel. The one where I talked about, BFG Division from Doom is legitimately one of my favorite videos I've ever made, and it has nothing to do with D&D. So, like, a lot of the people that are in the D&D community even seem to latch on and think that that was a really cool video. So, I think I'm gonna move towards, like, some basics of, like, music education. Hey, thank you, Trek. Oh, we'll probably see you later. Yeah, man. You have a good one. I want to there are some, okay. YouTube is good at like music meme videos and whatnot. It is real bad about music education on the platform. There are a lot of people that are talking about concepts that are like, I do give private music lessons. I already do private guitar lessons. There are people that are really good at explaining probably collegiate level and above concepts in music theory. The amount of material that is out there for very fundamental things, like what the fuck is a note, is non-existent on this platform. I tried digging into it the other day, and I can't find, like, basics of, like, music education happening, Like, even some of the stuff, Adam Neely, great music channel. Great music channel if you want to know what it's like to be a gigging musician over on the East Coast. If you just want to laugh at some of the music memes, and you want to hear some of the, like, neo soul funk Jay Dilla kind of bizarre out there music, right? You want to find that kind of material, awesome channel for that. You want to know what a fucking quarter note means? Neely doesn't really have something to cover what even like note durations mean, and that's what we need is like we need more music content here on YouTube on this platform that starts from level 1. Whenever you come in, I want you to like not know anything about music and you're just like, oh, I'd be curious, like, how do I read notation, right? Boom. Step in. What is a beat? What, not a, whatever. No, what does it even mean to have that? What are those basic pulses? Talking about the very, very fundamentals, so that way, people that don't know anything about music can go on and like talk at least a little bit more intelligently about this stuff. I know a lot of kids that like I have in my guitar class right now that are like, you like my funny words? I've got kids that are in my guitar class right now that never heard of Led Zeppelin. I have 4 kids that are in one of my beginning guitar classes that don't know who Jimmy Page is, don't know about Led Zeppelin. I played Stairway, and they legitimately told me they had never heard the song. I was like, okay, so what do you guys listen to? And like, none of them could give me like a consistent, like, none of them could really tell me like an artist that they like to listen to. They could have told me a SoundCloud artist or what the hell ever, and I would have at least been like, cool. At least you have someone you like to listen to, right? But these kids couldn't even tell me of an artist. It doesn't matter about like what genre or whatever. I listen to Asaph Rock. I listen to Tupac Shakur. I even think that like Taylor Swift, there's pop that has merit. Pop is doing its own thing. Billie Eilish, all that good stuff. But these kids couldn't even do a thing insofar as telling me, yeah, no, seriously, they couldn't even tell me the music from a video game they liked. And they were born in the generation that got the fucking Minecraft soundtrack. Are you kidding me? The soundtrack to Minecraft is one of the strongest video game soundtracks of all time. Possibly one of the just better ambient albums ever. C418 is a fucking genius. Daniel Rosenfeld. Serious. Yeah, Sweden bopped so hard, right? And they keep adding on to this soundtrack. Now they've got Lena Raine working on it, who has shown consistently not only does she get the vibe that Minecraft is supposed to be going for, but she can compose for that game in a way that adds so much character that's separate from the Eric Satie C418 kind of influence, right? I think that Lena Raine is going to wind up being one of the like more important influential composers for the next 10 to 15 years. Maybe, 20, 30, we'll see what happens. But the fact that she got the contract to do Minecraft means that inevitably Lena Raine's music is going to be in the ears of millions of children and is going to influence all kinds of people to be composers, all that stuff. Pigstep coming out was like, whoo, okay, we've got like, I think Pigstep is actually kind of an interesting like marker for like the new era of Minecraft. I think once Pigstep got put into the game, we saw Minecraft go and enter this like, it was almost like, Minecraft got its revival whenever PewDiePie started his Let's Play of it. But then Minecraft was like, all right, that chapter's over. We're getting into the new one here. Whenever Daniel Rosenfeld, C418, had to step down, and Lena Raine steps in, and suddenly we get Pigstep, and it was like, there is a new character to this game. There is a new flavor happening to Minecraft, and it's real fucking cool what's happening here. Celeste soundtrack, was it through composed? I don't know if anybody knows in chat, but like, Celeste soundtrack is also like, whoo, you're hearing if you listen to Celeste soundtrack, which I've had a lot of it here, like in the like live stream thing up there, Minecraft OST discussion, yeah, that's a video. It's beautiful. I think a lot of people have already talked about Minecraft's OST to a point where I don't really know what I could add to it. Like, we all know C418 is very heavily influenced by Eric Satie, and if you listen to some of Satie's music, then you're going to definitely hear where Sweden came from, Actually, yeah, here you go. I don't think I'm going to get copyright struck for this. It's Satie. It's like, it's public domain, right? The image? Yeah, the image is alright. Okay. Eric Satie, one of my favorite composers. Eric Satie is so moody. His Nazi ends are like the right kind of horror I want out of a like classical piece. It's that right kind of like dark academia, right? But Gymnopy #1, the second, like if you guys have never heard of this song, the second that I play this, you're gonna be like, oh, Minecraft music. Let me get this. Yeah, whole Minecraft. It's Eric Satie. Eric Satie was writing this stuff back in the 1800s. So C418 is self-admittedly very influenced by Eric Satie. So the more of Satie's music you listen to, the more you're going to hear that like influence that, you know, took over and helped define the Minecraft sound. Brilliant work. Yeah, this is the originator of Minecraft music, was Eric Satie. Man. So, guy, you haven't played Minecraft? It's actually a pretty good time to get into the game. Minecraft is not, like, Minecraft got a lot of great, I'd say quality of life. Wait. Where are we at? What happened to the live stream music? There we go. Sorry, I'm fixing some of the background music. Let's do that. There we go. Oh, yeah, Brian Eno, Music for Airports, is another big influence on, C418. You can definitely hear that, like, ambient stuff, bleeding in, and the same with, Aphex Twin. Aphex Twin, like, Aphex Twin and, like, I'd love to hear if Daniel Rosenfeld was inspired by Boards of Canada, because they're like, ooh, wind? What? Hang on. That's like two people that have asked about wind. Oh, it's Binding of Isaac. Is that the crackling that you're talking about? Maybe. Sometimes, if my mic cord is a little too close to some power, it can start to crackle. Oh, Danny Baranowski wrote the soundtrack to Binding of Isaac, and Binding of Isaac is another, like, just, oh my god, banger of an album. Oh god, right. Yeah, so, and talking about, like, I think I'd seen that one blue thumbnail. Yeah, like, talking about, like the eras of Minecraft, and just like their soundtrack and everything. So, you know, Notch had brought on C418, and I think like not only like PewDiePie's Let's Play, but also like getting Notch away from the game was a big reason for like Minecraft moving on to be a generally what seems to be a more productive and positive game that's getting a lot better updates, I'll just say. The updates seem to be what fans want rather than what this one guy's vision of the game should be, right? Which, like, I mean, I love it whenever somebody gets creative freedom to do the thing that they want to do. As long as I think that person's vision, like, if that person's vision is going to, like, who would you rather have directing a movie and fulfilling out their vision, right? Quentin Tarantino or M. Night Shyamalan? I think Tarantino's going to be more likely to deliver. I'm just saying. I think Tarantino's vision is going to be a lot more interesting. Wait, I say that there was like a Tarantino. Let me just say Robert Eggers versus M. Night Shyamalan. Right? There is no contest. No contest. Robert Eggers is probably going to wind up being one of the greatest directors of our generation. After seeing The Lighthouse and The Witch, I was, whoa. That Avatar movie was dope. Rich, get the fuck. Now, fewer feet with Shyamalan. Good point. Good point. Probably, you know, a little bit safer language as well. But I will say, Tarantino has a vision. He sees it through, and it's pretty clear that anytime a Tarantino flick comes out, you got some of the best like dialogue and some of the best character interactions you're gonna see probably in a movie for that year, right? Robert Eggers, boy, talk about a director that can make you just. It feels like the director is. How do I put it? It feels like whenever you watch a Robert Eggers movie, that there is somebody always right behind you. Like, the idea of you are getting a feeling of intimidation and dread from a movie that you will not experience in any other way. Lighthouse was the most homoerotic. I mean, yeah, like, I think that was, like, kind of a big point of it, right? Was, it was, and I don't want to spoil anything. Don't want to spoil anything. But, like, I mean, number one, you ever seen Willem Dafoe's penis? That thing is a hog, alright? So, like, good casting choice, I guess. I love the weird obsession Reddit seems to have right now with naked videos of Willem Dafoe. Like, I don't know if you've seen the memes, but like, apparently there was a director that said they had to have a stand-in come in. Oh, yeah, we bullshit here, all right? They had to have someone do a stand-in. He's naked in there, I think, once or twice, but you can't actually see anything. Wait, he's doing a Nosferatu remake? Okay, I'll get back to that. Okay, sick. Sick. Very cool. I think there's another project he's working on, but that, okay, interesting. But apparently there was a movie that Willem Dafoe was on where he needed to be naked. And the director said they needed to bring in a stand-in. Yeah, a stunt cock, right? They needed to they needed to bring in a stunt person because they thought Willem Dafoe's penis was so distractingly and confusingly big. Like, what? How do you... What? That is the just goddamn funniest thing. Oh my god. So yeah, there, like, it's become like the new meme now that Willem Dafoe. Anyways, if you haven't seen any of that stuff, Reddit's been pretty funny about it here lately. Go check that out. Okay. So, yeah. Well, what I liked was one of the top comments was like, imagine somebody calls you up because they're like, hey, sorry, the guy that we got on camera right now, his dick's too big. Can you please come in here? I love everything about this conversation, right? Apparently in Hollywood, there's a person they call whenever their actors' penises are just too big and they need somebody else to be on screen. Oh man, just what a version of reality, man. I thirst for 3 minutes straight. Oh man, it's too funny. It's so funny. I wonder if he's part of the Screen Actors Guild. Oh man. Wow. Oh god. Alright, so how do I bring this back into this? Alright. So Muhammad. What do these runes do? Yeah, we need a more believable. We need one that's not gonna intimidate or distract the women. We need a cock that doesn't stand out. Oh my god. Oh man. Okay. So. I'm trying to reel it back in. Yes. Speaking of massive hogs, Muhammad, right? Okay. Oh man. Okay. So. Wow. Okay. So the I'm trying to reel it back in. Okay. Let me cough real quick. Ooh. Oh yeah. So that's a legend for Goblin, yes. Okay, so is there a stat block for Bahamut in D&D 5e? No, there is not, but there is a stat block for an aspect of Bahamut. I love this idea. I love this idea so much. But there's no way to do the recharge mechanic and make it reasonable for a character to play, or for a player to play, unless it is specifically tied into a legend rune. Let me zoom up on that so you guys can see what I'm talking about. This is so unique for Bahamut. Like, what it means to be Bahamut is like whenever you breathe, you can restore hit points. Like, oh, what? Oh, I'm so sick. Oh man. So, did I finish my psionic class? No. So Dan and I got working on a Scion right at about the time that he got a call to go work at Riot, and I got my call to go teach. So we were both taking on a lot of other projects and like real jobs at the time. He was leaving. Was it Blizzard at the time? No, he wasn't at Blizzard still, right? I can't remember where he was at the moment. But he was leaving Blizzard to go work at Riot, and with that big shakeup, me getting started in on teaching, we didn't really like, it didn't really click, you know. So we weren't able to really hit the ground running on that. But it might be fun to later pick that one back up, but it's just not. There's already so many other fucking Scions out there. I'm not totally sold on getting into that one. There's a feats survey? What? Did they put out an Unearthed Arcana? What'd they do? What you talking about? It came out yesterday? What? I don't see anything. Like, there's nothing on WotC's website. It's like the racing class ones, they did cover the PHP stuff. It's on the Twitter. Nerd immersion. Hang on, let me... okay, I'll take a look at it real quick. It's completely fair to, yeah, it's completely fair to move away from Runekeeper design for a second to look at this. Wizards of the Coast got a new president. What do I... wait, oh, hang on, Tad. Cynthia W. Williams. Neat. Okay. Kabam? Oh, no, wait. Oh, from Microsoft. Okay, okay. Wow. So, let's look at the UA. What do I think that means for any kind of like D&D related WotC stuff? I don't think we'll see any. I don't know that it's gonna be a big meaningful change. We got a new president. I don't really know what's happening with that. Okay. I don't see it. Okay, can someone post in the Discord with the link? Because I can't... Wait, you can find it on a Twitter thread. With Tasha's optional rules in mind, what would you do to expand on the Kensai and make it stand out a little bit more? Hang on, sorry. I mean, maybe being able to like do an extra attack. I mean, I have to look at it again. Like maybe giving them like an additional attack instance. Maybe, I mean, but it comes with so many other implications. Dude, I am looking at Wizards of the Coast Twitter. I don't see the survey on feats that came out in January 31st. Is that it? Survey on feats that came out in January 31st. So it's not a new UA, it's just... Oh, okay. Cool. Let's see how quick we can burn through this. Sure. Sure. I guess I played 3.5, but I played like 2 sessions. I'm not going to count that. Yes. Some, but yeah. How satisfied am I with the overall feats section as is presented in the player's handbook? Okay. Got a key. Yeah, I think we got it pulled up. Feats overall, sure. I'm okay with them. Alert, satisfied, athlete. Man, that one needs a rework. I don't think your character is actually abysmal for taking athlete, but like, yeah, it's pretty damn bad. Actor, meh. Charger, I thought was pretty alright. Actually, I thought Charger was kind of cool. I'm trying to remember. Did I even touch that one? Going between like one big project and then another. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, athlete is the kind of thing that looks really great to video gamers, but like, oh, apparently I did try to do a redesign of it. No, I'm just gonna say. Wait, what was my? What did I try to do? Just push it further. I think I tried to enhance it being a more of a control kind of a thing. But I remember Charger needing something of a buff. I don't want to waste too much time on that. God, crossbow expert. Okay. um, crossbow expert is incredibly strong. I think like if all the options were around the same kind of general power of crossbow expert, like I think I'd be a little bit happier with it. But like crossbow expert is so good to pick up. It stands out. It stands out from the rest of them by virtue of how strong it is. I'm gonna say I'm satisfied. Hang on. All right, sorry. I'm gonna say I'm satisfied for right now. Like, if the other feats got brought up to par with like crossbow expert, I think feats would be like pretty interesting to play with, because crossbow expert is just so fucking good. What it does for you in combat, and I mean, come on, it makes dual wielding crossbows pretty possible, right? Like, if I remember that right. You ignore the loading property of crossbows with which you're proficient. Being within 5 feet of a hostile creature doesn't impose disadvantage on your attack rolls when you use the attack action and attack. Oh, no, because you got it. Yeah. So it's dual wielding, but you got to go, right, which is a cool cinematic. So you're not like dual wielding crossbows. Well, I guess it says one handed weapon. So could you technically do like a hand crossbow? And no. Anywho. But yes, the mechanics, right? Like, you ignore the loading property. You don't ignore the ammunition property. Okay, but like, yeah, but how many tables are seriously tracking ammunition extremely faithfully? I agree with you that like, if something ignored the ammunition property, like, yeah. But like, I don't know of too many people that are actually tracking how much ammunition they're going through. I think that they should, but like, you defensive duelist. I think this is another one that I put needed a buff. Yeah. I think it was proficiency bonus scaling. Defensive duelist needed some kind of a buff, and I'm trying to remember. I wish I could say I had all this stuff memorized. You can use your reaction to add your proficiency bonus to the attack. Okay, but it has to be a finesse weapon. That was the change I think I recommended. Yeah, when you're wielding a melee weapon in one hand, so it could build off of the duelist playing style or fighting style. So whenever you're wielding a melee weapon in one hand and another creature hits you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to add your proficiency bonus to the attack, potentially causing it to miss you. The fiction is great. Yeah. I agree with you, RoboFett. But in play, is it really getting across what it meant to? Possibly. I think it does need a very, very slight buff. I think it's okay. I'm just gonna say slightly dissatisfied. Dual wielder. God, am I gonna be pulling up all these? +1 bonus to AC while you're wielding a separate melee weapon in each hand. You can use 2 weapon fighting even when the one-hand melee weapons that you aren't wielding are light. You can draw or stow one-handed weapons you would normally like to draw or stow only one. Okay. Dual wielding in 5e is... My problem with this is that you have to go dual wielder and get the fighting style to make it to where dual wielding in 5e feels pretty okay, right? Like, it feels like it might kind of keep up. And all the other, like, options are kind of just getting the same level, same if not better level power without so many feat or feature investments, you know? So, like, are you really going to do that? If you want the fiction of it, sure, it's really cool, but, like, I don't think 5e is supporting it very well. So I'll say that Dual Wielder, I'm probably dissatisfied with. Dungeon Delver. I remember this one being kind of just meh. You have advantage on perception and investigation checks made to detect the presence of secret doors. Cool, situational. You have advantage on saving throws made to avoid or resist traps. That's actually pretty nice. You have a resistance to the damage dealt by traps is very good, actually. And only players aren't going to realize how good these are. DMs that have made dungeons are going to look at this and think, man, this takes an element of my dungeon that I feel like is really cool and kind of just pees on it. Like, you know, traveling at a fast pace doesn't impose the normal -5 penalty on your wisdom perception score. This is... okay. This is super good in heavy dungeon delving and survival campaigns. This is great for that. Absolutely great for that. But it is very table dependent. I think that if you are on a table where, like, you're doing mega dungeons, of course this is a must grab. A must grab. If you are in a mega dungeon campaign and you're playing Variant Human, this is almost the de facto default feat that you pick up. But that's not every campaign. Like, you know, like, it's not universally applicable. I think the Dungeon Delver, I'm actually pretty okay with it. I'll say, like, very satisfied. I don't know that I'd want to touch it, because, like, maybe this feels like it's giving you a lot of things that are very oddly specific. And I don't really get the resistance to the damage dealt by traps. I don't really get the narrative that's going through there, you know? Yeah, it's a very, there are secret rooms every 5 minutes kind of a feat, right? Like, this is the 10-foot pole kind of feat, right? I'm just gonna tap it everywhere I go. DM, you better tell me if I accidentally hit a trap. Like, that's obnoxious. That's a horrible way to play. You can't design around Dungeon Delver, though. I think that you might. Like, this all feels to me like what the identity, what the interaction and exploration identity of Rogue should have been. Like, this or, I mean, this right here feels like this could have been an Artificer / Rogue kind of a thing. I mean, Artificer, like, you got some good insights on the feats. Now, I haven't actually seen this yet. I've been so into Runekeeper and teaching right now that, like, I haven't really taken in a lot of online content. Dungeon Delver, not terrible, but, like, woo, man. I think JM's right that I think that this could have been a half feat and get rid of the traveling at a fast pace portion of it. Get rid of traveling at a fast pace, get rid of the secret doors. Man, but these mechanics are actually really good. Like, if you design around Dungeon Delver, you punish anyone who doesn't take it. Yeah, yeah, I'll agree with that. If I'm a DM and I'm like, I want to challenge the guy that got Dungeon Delver, I'm going to design my dungeons to make sure that, you know, whatever. Then every player with their next ASI is just going to pick up this feat. That's a good point. It is kind of hard to design around. I'll say that. Yeah. Durable. Increase your Constitution score by 1 to a maximum of 20 when you roll a hit die to regain hit points. The minimum number of hit points you regain from the roll equals twice your Constitution modifier. Shit. Oh, shit. I forgot this feat exists whenever I was making the Celestial Runes. Fuck. God damn it. How can I fix this? How can I fix this shit? I guess it's not that bad. No, I mean the feat itself might not be great. It gets made to be very, very good on the Rune Keeper. This, oh, tough is an amazing feat. I almost take it on every single character. Because I love playing tanks. Yeah, I would rather take tough than this, except because of the Rune Keeper. Oh my god, is this gonna break it? It says to regain hit points. It says to regain hit points, which... Let me see. When you roll a hit die... Well, it doesn't break the other... It doesn't break other healers because it's not their resource. If it was like... Just give Runekeeper can't take feats. God damn it, this is why, like... Okay. This is why I oh man. Yeah, I wish I had gone to like one of the like optimizers a little bit earlier, because like an optimizer could have figured out that like this shit would have happened. Yeah, I'm not gonna give it. You can't take feeds. Jared Carter's being facetious, or he's joking. It doesn't increase the healing, just the healing floor. That's still really good. Okay, is it better than literally any spellcaster getting war magic though, or warcaster? Damn, I'm kind of glad that we took a look at the feats. You don't know what this would break in the Runekeeper? Hang on. I don't know that it breaks it. I'm very worried about what it could do. Here you go. Something like this would make it to where it's super efficient at healing. Like, super efficient at healing. You can spend as many of your hit dice as you would like to create a pool of hit points equal to the total of the rolled die plus your runic ability modifier. You can then choose any creatures within 30 feet of you and divide those hit points among them. I think the way that I coded this makes it to where it doesn't work with durable. Durable wouldn't be able to just give you a flat, like, a flat 10 that you could use that's going to increase the hit die to, yeah, anyways. Sacrificium, you can share the pool, right? No. Among, oh god, okay. Efficient healing is still less effective than any other strategy? How does that, what? What did I do? What was the other ones? THP equal to the max. Oh yeah, because this is a... Yes, this was one of the massive runes. I need to figure that one out. Shares the pool of hit dice. Okay. And this is one that you can take and add to another one. Oh, man. So... when you roll a die to regain hit points, that you can regain from the roll. It might not. It might not advance the game state forward, but it sure helps the players exist. Like, we still have to design healing in a way that doesn't break the rules for healing. That can't interact in a very bothersome way. So I'm trying to make sure that this doesn't do healing too well when combined with durable. God, is durable the reason why we can't make that as like a construct thing? Like, this is kind of one of my fixes I proposed to why, like, if they're gonna make a construct race like the Autonome or something like that, what they should do is give it like, yeah, be a construct. Don't do this like half humanoid thing or whatever. Be a construct and just say that you can use your action to expend the hit die and reroll it that way, right? I think yeah. Nah, so Blaze, that's an arbitration. I am not designing with arbitrations. Nah, I'm not going to design and say something like, you cannot use this thing. The better designs are going to embrace the system rather than try to block you out of it, right? And like, if something that I'm making doesn't work for the system, then I need to write it. Yeah, I made a special exception to that rule with the Rune Keeper or the Rune Knight, because the Rune Knight fighter is the Rune Knight fighter. Yeah. Well, it works with give life because you are foregoing one of your hit die to give it to another creature, and I guess that works to regain hit points. I guess it would be your hit. It would have to be your hit points. Yeah. What? I mean, I'm sure it could use some kind of a buff, but eh. Elemental Adept. Oh wait, that's Elvish Adept. Spells you cast ignore resistance to the chosen damage type. In addition, when you roll damage for a spell you cast that deals that damage type, you can treat any one out as a 2. You can select this feat multiple times. When you do so, you must choose a different damage type. Okay, so like, I think this is pretty fantastic for like cold, fire, lightning, thunder, I guess. Acid, kind of meh. Ignores resistance to that damage type. Like, I guess it's fair because like all the demon lords have resistance to cold, fire, lightning. I think it's alright. Yeah, I think it's okay. How much healing can a cure wounds of the same level do? 1d8 plus spellcasting mod. But cure wounds, you're not sacrificing hit points in order to do that. And the way that it works with the Runekeeper is like, essentially, as you level up, it's going to allow you to do cure wounds in basically the same way. Like, the amount of resources doesn't actually change all that much. Cleric is going to be able to cure wounds just as much as a Runekeeper is going to allow you to like re-roll hit dice or to roll hit die and use that. Hey Desma, how's it going? I think they're always immune to at least poison. Oh wait, I don't think they're always immune to fire. Yeah, damage immunity is poison, and then they have resistance like acid, cold, fire, lightning, all that stuff. Cold, fire, lightning, poison. Yeah. Devils are immune to fire? Really? Really? Ooh. Huh. 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 Interesting. That's cool. So you could swap. You could say like. You can say like in the fiendish one, in the fiendish Runekeeper. Could you? I don't. I'll keep that in mind. That's interesting. I thought it was only poison. Weird. Okay. Yeah, man. Grappler. It needs a rework. Grappler could be made better if okay. So this is also tackling and without me addressing a lot of the issues that I have with the system. Let me just go up here to what I was proposing for some of the race changes. And I made this before they announced the new book and all that. New traits. Okay, and then powerful build. Make this one change to powerful build, and this build and this feature actually feels like it does something. This feature now applies to grapple checks, giving it more mechanical weight. So if we look over at oh, where was it? Oh god, I don't even remember what I did with. Yeah, same materials against me, not right. Wow, I was trying to remember what all I did with the Earth Genocide and everything. I prefer WotC's changes actually over mine. I think that the way that they went with the Earth Genocide is going to be really good. Okay. Powerful build. Boom. You make this change to powerful build, and like, ooh, powerful build starts to look pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. I mean, all intents and purposes, you are basically a size larger, except for damage dice, like oversized weapons and all that stuff, right? You count as one size larger when determining your carrying capacity, the rules for grappling and shoving, wow, and the weight you can push or drag. Like, this is such a, cool buff to that. I highly, highly recommend allowing it to apply to grappling and shoving checks, because, yes. Okay. Great Weapon Master. Man. Great Weapon Master. This is such a good feat. But it is very hard to design around this one because it's just going to be the de facto default pickup on anyone planning on going with a two-handed or heavy martial weapon. The trade-off on this one, you can choose to take the -5 penalty to the attack roll. If the attack hits, you add +10 to the attack's damage, which you can offset by going with Reckless Attack Barbarian. Getting the bonus, you get the advantage. Just always be going Reckless Attack. It offsets this by a degree of like, I mean, advantage is about 4.5 to the attack and damage roll. Or sorry, to the attack roll, wow. So a 4.5 to the attack roll, offsetting a -5 penalty. So like, you can think of it as you basically have about a 0.5 penalty to the attack roll. But if that attack hits, you add 10 to the attack's damage. That is insane. Insanely good. So good. This is very, very hard for us to design around. This is the thing that we have to think about. But this top part right here, when you score a critical hit with a melee weapon or reduce a creature to 0 hit points with one, now, when you score a critical hit, Remember how I said reckless attack rolling with advantage? That means that you're going to be crit fishing. So you have built-in crit fish. Go over and pick up Great Weapon Master. It's easier for you to score a critical hit. Go over in the Champion Fighter. You crit on a 19 or 20. Way damn easier for you to hit. Like, yeah. You make a weapon attack, one melee weapon attack as a bonus action. If you're rolling with advantage and you crit on a 19 or 20, and you go over here in the Great Weapon Master, like, the frenzy feature of the Berserker Barbarian looks even worse. Like, there's so many other ways that you can potentially just do this one melee weapon attack as a bonus action. Sure, it's guaranteed on the Berserker Barbarian, but like, oh god, I'm not going to take that trade. I'm at a point of exhaustion. Great Weapon Master is very, very hard for us to design around. It's just, we have to always keep in mind that this thing exists whenever we're making any kind of a martial kind of a character option. It's strong. It's super damn strong, but like, I like this idea. You can choose. This is the kind of downside thing that I think is great, right? The worst thing that happens if you take this penalty, you miss with the attack. The world doesn't end. You don't get a point of exhaustion. You miss with the attack. Okay? But if that attack hits, you had plus 10 to the attack's damage? Ooh. Ooh. So yeah. Now, if you're playing on a table where you flip, like, crit and, the crit and damage, or, sorry, the crit and vulnerability mechanics, ooh, this looks even better. You're gonna just double that 10? Oh my god! Ooh! Ooh! Which I'm actually hearing a lot of people are kind of doing now. So, yeah. Yeah, Berserker Barbarian was already dead. It didn't need this to come over here and just take a shit on the grave. Yeah, I'd say the Great Weapon Master, the only thing that's got me slightly dissatisfied with it, here's my thing. I think if I answer this, WotC might look at that and think, this guy thinks that it's not... This guy's dissatisfied with it in terms of what? He thinks it's too weak? So wait, if I get other responses that say that this is dissatisfied, do we need to buff it? What? So like, what do I say here? This isn't really great input. This isn't a great metric for me to be, like, giving them feedback on with. Actually, I don't like that. I think, oh, hey, Lena Ray. Okay. I'm second monitor content. Oh, Pillars of Eternity 2. I need to get back into that one. Not until after Elden Ring, though. Yeah. Feedback at the end so I can explain it there? Okay. Okay, then I'll just do that. Healer. This is the, like, oh, god. This one. Okay, you can stabilize the dying creature. The creature also regains 1 hit point. As an action, you can expend 1 use of the healer's kit and tend to a creature, restore 1d6 plus 4 hit points to it. Okay. Now, I like the idea. I think that they could have done this better. I think that they could have done healer better. Okay? And we've learned this. Cool. You want me to make healer kind of feel a little bit more narratively pleasing? Yes, this should just be what a healer's kit does. I agree with you, except we're also thinking about the healer's kit as some kind of a magical, like... Oh, wait, did I already... Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I was like, I thought... I know that I had proposed a fix for this. Yes, so healer needs to... The problem with healer is that it doesn't key off of natural resources, right? It doesn't... The narrative of healer almost feels like you're putting a band-aid on there and then suddenly the guy the guy's finger comes back, right? It should key off of any natural healing resources that they do. So, If you do this, you use the healer's kit to stabilize a dying creature. That creature also regains 1 hit point. I'm fine with that. Whatever. Don't make them have to make the medicine check. This way it's just like kind of guaranteed. Cool. I'm good with that. Now, rather than it magically coming up with 1d6 plus 4 hit points, as an action, you can spend 1 use of a healer's kit to tend to a creature that is not incapacitated. The creature can spend 1 or more of its hit dice up to a maximum equal to your proficiency bonus. For each die spent this way, the creature rolls a die and adds your proficiency bonus to it. The creature regains hit points equal to the roll. Here you go. This makes it to where it's not based off of, like, once the creature regains these hit points, it can't do so again until it finishes a short rest. You can use your action to allow other creatures to roll their hit die and use them, and then they get a little nice pepper up on top equal to your proficiency bonus. If they don't have the hit dice to spend, they can't use this already, and then they're not going to be able to, you know, finish this out, or they're not going to be able to naturally heal for the narrative of this until they finish a long rest, because that's how they're going to regenerate their resources. I think that some people might look at this and go, wow, you nerfed it. You made it look kind of bad. No, not really. Like, not really. 1d6 plus 4 hit points to it? Okay, so, like, you're telling me that, like, here, if I go and restore these hit points to the Barbarian, that could get a d12 hit die, plus my proficiency bonus. So on average, they're going to get, what is that, 6.5 plus 2, so 8.5, or 3.5 plus 4, so 7.5, and that's all they're going to get? I guess the additional hit points equal to the creature's maximum number of hit dice is supposed to be the tie-in right there. But, like, the fact of you being able to use your action to tend to another creature and then it can reroll its hit die is already really good. And this is going to make a lot of people think a bit more about hit dice as a resource at their tables. Like, it feels like hit dice are pretty underserved in D&D. Just as a mechanic, it's like the only thing that they do is heal up on a short rest. Give them other uses, right? So my fix prevents giving them the 1 on stabilize as well until a rest? No. No, you can stabilize them. That was kind of my thought, Coop, is like, the narrative of it is like, you go in and do a quick treatment that kind of gets them up on their feet, right? And then they can use their hit die, whatever. At later levels, I mean, like, I think the cool thing creature's maximum number of hit dice, so that's always going to be equal to their character level. Okay, I can, additional hit points equal to their maximum number of hit dice. Does that need to go over too? I guess it's tied to a shorter long rest, and this just allows you to keep doing it as an... No, yeah, that doesn't need to come over. This is a feat that I'm trying to make a lot more active, where, like, you're going to keep doing this, and out of combat, it's looking very good. In combat, it's like, you're not going to get the crazy burst that you get out of the original healer's feat, where it's like, because I'm a 20th level character, I get 1d6 plus 4 plus 20! Like, you know. But this is like 1d12 plus, let's say like 1d12 plus 6. So, you know, max of 18 at later levels. I feel like that's pretty okay. We reduce it a little bit, but we're giving you more flexibility here and more ways that, like, more time for you to use this. I think this is kind of okay. How would I feel if someone makes some homework for my classes? I think some people already have. I think, if I remember, like, I don't really have a problem with it. The times that I start to have a problem with it are whenever people try to rewrite my stuff. Because that feels like a bit of a dig rather than rather than contacting me about some feedback you might have about a thing. You just decide to take the thing that I wrote and rewrite it because what? Like, what? I'm like, if there was a thing you didn't like about the thing that I wrote, I mean, shoot me some feedback. But like, if you redesign it and then especially try to rehost it, like if you rewrite it for your tables, whatever. Whatever. If you try to rehost it, I'm gonna have a problem. Which has happened, but yeah, luckily it was a D&D wiki thing, so I was able to handle it. But yeah, whenever I see I've seen my stuff pirated and everything. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could go to Google right now and find some versions of my classes available as PDFs online, and like I could fight that, sure, but I think that's if the DM's Guild is going to take the rights to my content, then they should probably go fight it. Like, if they're going to take 50% of that, then they should probably be the ones defending the content that's on their platform, but whatever. I don't mind if somebody, like, if they get it for free, it's not really a whole lot of skin off my back. But if they're hosting it, that's whenever I'm like, all right, we got a problem. I can't really complain. I can't really complain too much because, like, I bought all these books. I have bought all these books. I don't think this will get me in trouble. I have bought all these books for D&D 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times over, right? I have like 5 copies of the Player's Handbook over there. But for layout observations, and just for general, like, easier time of reference, of course I have PDFs, okay? Anyone who's saying otherwise is lying, all right? Of course I got PDFs of all this material, okay? I don't host it, but I've got it, Part of it was so that I could study the layout work, formatting and all that stuff. But another part of it is just to have it for reference on my, computer that I can copy the text over and, work on stuff. So like, I can't really complain too much about my content being available. That you found Ross's via piracy? Okay, so the Trove is already shut down, so I don't mind, like, talking about the Trove. I just didn't want to advertise that website. But the Trove got shut down, like, I think 6 months ago or something like that. Actually, I don't think it was all that long ago. But, as some people are saying, yeah, blue thumbnail, right? You found Ross's stuff via piracy. That's advertisement, Ukulele was talking about how he didn't mind people pirating his stuff, and like, in a way, it's a form of advertising, right? Like, we have to think about it like that. If somebody found our content because they got it for free, but then they become a really active member in our community, they become a really active member in our community, they pledge to our Patreon, they buy our other stuff or whatever, can we really say that, like, we super mind it if they pirated the one copy? That's advertising as far as I'm concerned. Like, I don't mind that loss. And, if you contact me, if you try to reach out and get in touch with me about, like, hey, I can't afford this thing, but I'd really, really like to check it out, Ross did this thing where he was doing an artless version of it that he was giving out for free. So I kind of like Ross's idea, and I should probably get some of those going for Runekeeper, Dancer, and Merchant, right? Like, I think that would be kind of cool to just have freebie versions that people could grab and do whatever. I want to, after the Runekeeper's done, talk to Lisa over at the DM's Guild and see if I can't publish all 3 of them together as a big book. Because, I mean, getting the PDFs is fun and whatnot, but, like, there's nothing quite like having the physical book. I'm just saying. Yeah, right? Like, had I not kind of looked a bit into, like, how do I play a bare knuckle boxer in D&D? Because, like, you know, I'm into MMA, so I wanted to play a guy that just beat the shit out of other people with their fists. Not this whole thing about ki and mysticism and whatnot. Just like, hey, it's not skill. It's just I beat the fuck, you know. So how do I do that in D&D? The system didn't support it. At least it didn't get the flavor across right. Not without me saying that, like, you know, I gotta go and meditate and get my key points back or whatever, right? Like, I can't do that. So that's how I found Benjamin's Pugilist. And that was the one that was like, wait, you can... For me, I was like 5 years ago thinking, wait, I guess it was 5 or 6 years ago now. Like, I can write my own classes for this game? What? And then that's what kind of led me down the path of, oh, okay, so I can design my own subclasses for this that kind of fit the game. Oh, crazy. I don't know why I just never thought, like, I can write my own stuff for D&D? Okay. But, yeah, here I am 5-6 years later. And, you know, writing my own material. So, you know, in a way, pirating for the game... Pirating for the game is what, like... And I've since bought Benjamin's Pugilist. I found it online initially. But pirating for the game is what led me down to, like, actually creating more content for the game. Yeah, if you pirate something and you love it, you buy it. Yeah, like, well, and luckily, like, I'm in the financial situation to where, like, if I get put in that situation, I can just say, like, yeah, I'm going to go support these creators I like and do it. Hey.
I just came to say hi.
Hi. Hey, it's Amanda time, everybody.
Hello.
Everybody say hi to Amanda.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. What do you want? It's your time. What do you want to say?
Oh.
Say something to the world.
Bees are important.
They are.
They're very important. And I love them, and they're cute and fuzzy.
Are you wearing pants?
I am wearing pants.
Oh, okay.
They're just shorts. Sure. I'm all in gray. Hello. Hello.
Are you going somewhere today?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, I asked Amanda Maples if she wants to go play in the snow, so we'll see.
Ah.
Yes, I'm a 12-year-old at heart. Bye.
The real star of the show. Get out of here. No. Chat's like, I fucking love bees.
Yes! Yes! Oh, you coming or going, bud? Okay.
Well, chat loves you, apparently.
Well, honestly, it's probably just because I have boobs.
That's fair. Playing in snow is one of the pure joys in life. Yeah, we live actually pretty close to a park, so I'm like, yeah, shout out to Christina Applegate. We live pretty close to a park over here that, like, I think is gonna have some pretty sweet, like, I think it's gonna have some pretty sweet sledding going on today. Oh my God, is that Mr. Pound? What? 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 Oh, okay. Now. I know, I'm like, wait. Who am I? Alright, we're gonna have to start banning. Oh. Okay. So let's get this back on track. Alright. So. The legend runes, you guys see what those mechanics are going to do now, right? Cool. Neato. We can move on from there. Now. The thing that's going to get the... Oh! Okay. what did I do for the Bahamut and Tiamat runes? Okay, someone was asking about Draconic runes like an hour and a half ago. Cool. Bahamut. There is a new, thanks to Fizzvans, there is a new Dragonborn of Bahamut that is in Fizzvans that has a pretty cool breath weapon attack that allows you to deal radiant damage with a breath attack. And then, if some of your buddies are in the breath weapon attack, you can choose up to 3 creatures in the cone, and they take no damage, and instead regain 10 hit points each. That is so sick. So sick. I guess you could say, like, a creature that has died within the last hour. I think at 9, yeah. This is the kind of thing that we can pull from the other stat block. Oh my god, the feat survey. Ah, the feat survey. Let me go through here. Okay, one sec. Slightly satisfied. I heavily armored. It's okay if I remember right. Heavy Armor Master is the one that I think allows you to reduce damage. Yeah, you take from non-magical attacks is reduced by 3. I'm okay with that. I do worry that, like, doing this and going into my Rune Keeper might be a little bit of a worry, but we're okay. I like what Inspiring Leader wants to do in terms of roleplay. I think it could be pretty damn good. I think this could be pretty damn good. If you built out like a warlord, or like what I was doing with my sovereign to be like the inspiring leader of the class, there might be some better support for this here. I think it's okay for roleplay. I have to appreciate what it wants to inspire there. Lightly armored, meh. King Mind, it's alright, cool. Lucky. Alright, this is the big one I wanted to talk about here. The reason why I'm coming back to this one. Okay, Lucky. Why is this feat so insane? Lucky is probably the strongest mechanic that's tied to most character options. Outside of like if we're just talking about the player's handbook, this very well could be one of the strongest mechanics that a player can get a hold of that is not a spell. Like, in the entire game. It's so good. Lucky. Why is this thing so absurd? You have 3 luck points. Whether you make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, so anytime you roll a goddamn d20, you can spend 1 luck point and roll an additional d20. You can choose to spend one of your luck points after you roll the die, but before the outcome is determined. You choose which of the d20s is used for the attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, and this could have already been like, boom, take it and ship it, right? However, you can also spend 1 luck point when an attack roll is made against you. Roll a d20 and choose whether the attack uses the attacker's roll or yours. If more than one creature spends a luck point to influence the outcome of a roll, the points cancel each other out and no additional dice are rolled. This is huge. And you expend you get the expend the luck points back whenever you finish a long rest. Okay, this is massive. I think of long rest as in like once per session, or yeah, like if it recharges on a long rest. I mostly think of this in terms of usually once per time that you sit down to play a session of D&D, you're most likely going to get to do this 3 times. 3 times? Oh shit! Did stream die? Hang on. Are we good? I think we're good. Okay. Try to refresh. And I know, yeah, we're live. Okay, good. Okay. Scaring me. All right. Good Lord. Okay. This feat. Anytime you roll a d20, anytime you want to influence the narrative in any way whatsoever, you basically can give yourself advantage. At 3 times. You just choose to re-roll one of them. But not only that, not only can you influence a thing that you want to do, you can influence the things that other creatures are doing. So if an attack roll is made against you, you can roll a d20 and cancel this out, right? Possibly using the roll instead of, whatever. This is such a huge, huge feat to get that I think that it's very possible that this could have not only have been its own like class archetype kind of an expansion, this very well could have been its own fucking ability score in D&D. You get a luck ability score where you get strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, did I say charisma already? Charisma, sure, and then luck. Intelligence, wisdom, charisma, and luck, right? Luck is like, ooh, what could this have been for D&D? Where, like, you have 3 luck points. You have a number of points equal to your luck modifier, or something like that. I don't know, right? Anytime... The problem is whenever it goes negative, right? Whenever it goes negative, you start taking points away and giving them to the DM, and then the DM can use them against you, and then that starts to build up this idea that, like, there's a rivalry going on, and we don't really like that. We don't like how that feels. Generally, it feels pretty poor whenever the DM is throwing the luck back at you, right? But if luck were an ability score, like what it is in a lot of JRPGs, and we could figure out a mechanic that felt like it emulated that a little bit more, this could work out pretty well. If this is the kind of feat that I will say, this is the kind of feat that if you don't take this and you are given the option to take this, you are, like, if you don't take this, and, like, everyone else at the table is going to take this, you're going to be a weaker character. You're just gonna. Everyone else has got way more influence on the story than you do. I think that only one player at a table should ever get this feat, because if the entire party gets this, this is the best shutdown right here. Like, some people might say counter spell or some other, I don't know, whatever. This is absurd. You can choose which of the d20s is used for the attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, or you just replace the attacker's roll, whatever. Jesus, man. Like, this is so damn good. But yeah, willpower? I need to look at some more other systems. Luck from Call of Cthulhu. You are the 6th person in the last week to tell me to pick up Call of Cthulhu. Here's what I'm gonna do. Hey, Amazon, what kind of deal can I get on the box set? What do I got? The starter set's not going to be everything. I've had so many people recommend that I pick up Call of Cthulhu in just the last, like, week. And I've never checked the system out. Are they on 7th edition now? Very poggers. Oh, player asked if they can take the seat yesterday. It is... Oh, man. This is a feat that gets more problematic the more players that take it. If one player takes it, this to me should be like, you know what? The gods have deemed that you are worth looking out for. Luck should be a measure of, like, how goddamn important are you to the universe that you need to exist, because the gods are going to intervene on your behalf. That's what luck is. I mean, let's not make any qualms about it, right? Like, luck is basically that fates have determined that things need to go your way more often, you know? So, like, should every player just be able to get this kind of measure? I think that if this was like a level 20 boon, like, oh man, that's very good. Like, this might not be as strong as Legendary Resistance, being able to choose the D20 for the saving throw, but woo, that gets real close. That gets real close. This might be a good argument for, like, Lucky to be restricted to, like, maybe one use here, or, like, let me propose a change. Let me rework Lucky in a way that I think is at least slightly more reasonable. If you like it, feel free to use it. Okay. Aha. Oh, I already did it. Okay. Wow. Alright. Go past Terran. This is the exact thing I was about to do to this. Yep. Okay. So, I think that's how they have it formatted in the book. Okay, you have a number of luck points equal to half your proficiency bonus, round down. You do that, then like once per long rest, they're going to really be thinking about that luck point. And then it's going to require that it's going to like level up into it, you know? Like, it's going to scale with them, and then like at later levels, it's going to start paying off and feeling like, ooh, okay. But at early levels, this isn't just going to be, I absolutely control every single situation that happens at the table. Like, yeah. I think that this is a very reasonable change. I am very, very okay with this just being the way that Lucky operates. That is a nerf. It is a nerf, and you have to propose to the player like, hey, I'm fine with you taking Lucky, but you've got to do this one thing, and we just have to tone down how many times you can use that thing, and I'd be pretty okay with it. And then I think it gives you something to build off of, which, like, what is the narrative for luck going to be in your system? If it's going to be that this is the narrative for luck, and we want to build out an entire ability score around that, it could be that, like, what could it be? You have a number of luck points equal to your luck modifier minimum of 1, and then it could work off, I don't know, okay. I'm not going to get too far into designing out a whole new system like that. Linguist. Alright, I'm gonna have a weird relationship with Linguist right now because Runekeeper design. If you take Linguist with the Runekeeper, it's basically like, well, you're gonna kind of waste a feat. Because, like, 3 languages of your choice, if you're not playing it up until, like, 13th level, then you might be kind of wasting a feat because you're going to get all languages here in a little bit. But you can write the ciphers, right? Neat. Like, it's Runekeeper candy. Early levels, it expands out your spell list, your hypothetical spell list, right? But, like, is this all that great beyond, like, you know... Let me show you. Reason why it can possibly get kind of redundant for you, unless your DM's cool with you changing it out, is because I moved down Omniscience. Omniscience is the one that allows you to learn every language. You just know how to read, write, all languages. Boom, right there. Actually, that's another thing I'll talk about here in a second whenever I get back to it. So I've got an odd kind of relationship with Linguist. I don't think that languages known really eat up all your power budget until you start adding mechanics that actually give a damn about language into your game. Like, it's all fluff. All language proficiencies, languages known right now are all ribbons. So, being able to create the cipher, like, yeah, it's a half feat. You learn 3 languages. And then you get this cipher. I think if it didn't have this little tiny kicker right here, I might think it was actually kind of terrible. But given this kicker, I guess it's okay. Invite the player to do some stuff with it. I guess I'm okay with it. Lucky. I'm gonna say Lucky I'm very dissatisfied with because I'll mention why. Mage Slayer, what the is it concentrate? Oh, okay. Ooh. He's okay. How many people have how many people have really used this one effectively in play? It feels really cool as something that could have been a base like ranger kind of a thing. Like, or like a ranger subclass for like a witch hunter, right? This feels like this could have been really cool. And I bet you, like, if I'm just gonna make a prediction, I bet you this was probably a ranger subclass feat. I think this was probably a ranger subclass feature. The Slayer Ranger has parts of it. Okay, wait, the Slayer Ranger. Oh yeah, Monster Slayer. Yeah, I think at one time this was most likely like a Witch Hunter Ranger kind of a thing. Because like the mechanic here is good, but it is so niche. It is very niche, and like if you don't know, like, are you really gonna take a feat so that like, man, it's, man, I'm having such a hard time figuring out what I think about this. Like, it feels kind of cool, and I get all the narrative beats are getting hit with this, but I just can't get over the fact that this feels like this is lacking real hard. What would you give to this? Did I give anything to this? Magic Initiate? No, I didn't touch this one yet. Yeah, well, hey Bronx, thanks for the $5, man. Take the feet. Yeah, if it were a half feet, ooh. Yeah, oh, I think that Mage Slayer probably started its life out as like a ranger subclass for like the third like ranger that would have been in the player's handbook, but like I think maybe it just got scrapped because development time or something like that. God damn, this feels like this would have been really cool. I don't know what this was originally, but it doesn't really feel at home as a feat. Magic Initiate, I'm okay with this one. No, wait, okay. Magic Initiate, the reason why I'm not happy with this one, and I mean, if Watsy's watching this, hello, hey. So, Magic Initiate, the reason why I'm not happy with this one, the default pickup with this is usually always going to be that you're going to get Eldritch Blast. I don't know what that was. You're taking this one to get Eldritch Blast. That's the big reason why you want to get Magic Initiate. If Eldritch Blast was taken off of this, and Magic Initiate was allowed to... Okay, let me just say this. Magic Initiate. Wizards. Let me tell you something real quick. Warlock. And to all you designers out there, you need to know something, okay? Warlock is not a full caster. Warlock spells are not full caster spells. They are built different, alright? These spells are designed to function differently, and they are designed a little bit stronger than Wizard, Sorcerer, Bard, Druid, Cleric spells at like first through like third-ish level, okay? You being able to go in and grab some of the Warlock cantrips, Warlock spells, probably not a great idea to throw on Magic Initiate. Warlock is built different, alright? So, being able to... The fact that this qualifies for Eldritch Blast, like... Yeah, it's a martial that happens to get 9th level spells, right? Warlock wanted to be... Yeah, Paladin or Fighter taking Armor of Agathis, right? You go into this, get Armor of Ag, right? Now, here, first level, not super terrible, right? Like, they're only going to be able to cast it at first level, whatever. There are some tables that allow this to work to where the spell is just added to your spell list. Where, like, it's a Warlock spell, Armor of Agathis, cool, so I can cast it using any of my other stuff, which... And I know that some people are going to say, that's not how that says that this works. I will... Bronx, thanks for the other $5. We are just built different. I know that there's some people that are probably going to say, you know, oh, that's not what this says. There's a lot of tables that use it that way, where this is going to be able to allow you to grab... this is going to allow you to grab... some spells that you can use with your spell slots, right? Okay. If you allow for that to work out, you have to know that Armor of Agathis is going to mathematically outperform some other spells. Is it all that efficient? Is it extremely practical to do that? No. No. But that doesn't change the fact that the spell is mechanically not designed to function with 6th and above level spells. It is built different, alright? That spell starts to mathematically break down at that level and above. So yeah. Even with Armor of Agi in the equation, like, Armor of Agathis, okay, what else can you reduce? Heavy Armor Master, right? While you're wearing heavy armor, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage that you take from non-magical attacks is reduced by 3. You reduce some damage by 3 if the creature... if you go over here, grab Armor of Agathis, and the creature is... grab this, grab, like, the Clockwork, Sorcerer Bulwark, grab the Abjuration Wizard Arcane Ward, I think it is. You are able to reduce damage before it actually hits the temporary hit points from Armor of Agathis, which mechanically should not be the way that works. And I've seen some people argue against literally like the logic and coding of the game and what it says, and it's like, I mean, I don't know what to say. It doesn't take out from the THP before it takes out from the damage from the ward or from the bulwark. Like, yeah, it's too strong of a mechanic to, I think, probably tie into Armor of Agathis. Armor of Agathis starts to look like a 3rd level spell cast at a... Armor of Agathis is a 1st level spell with a mechanic that, with a single class feature, starts to look like a 3rd level spell. It's pretty scary what you can do with that one spell right there. A caster slinging fireball your way doesn't care about your Armor of Agathis, right? And I'm saying, like, I know it only applies to melee, and I know all that stuff. I'm not saying it applies to every single attack instance. What I'm saying is the math of it doesn't really work. It doesn't really... It outperforms mathematically what it should be. And the only change I proposed is very simple. I'm not even saying ban the spell. I'm not saying that at all. Do this one change. Uh-oh. Why are you taking up 2 paragraphs? Okay. This is the one change that makes Armor of Agathis work for every class. You can put it on other spell lists if you do this one change, okay? When you cast, it's right in here. When you cast a spell using a spell slot at 2nd level or higher, both the temporary hit points and the cold damage increase by 5 for each slot to a maximum of 25 with a spell slot of 5th level or higher. Just give it the ceiling. Give it that, yeah, right? Just give it that 25 flat boom right there. This is okay. Otherwise, players are going to try and figure out a way to mess with this in a way that they really shouldn't be screwing with it. If you're able to reduce that damage at later levels, and like, is it a feasible tactic for you to cast Armor of Agathis on a character who's going to get like that Bulwark or the Abjuration Wizard stuff, and then have that player just go in and get hit constantly with melee weapon attacks? Probably not, but it doesn't change the fact that the math shouldn't churn that way. These aren't the ways that like these interactions should happen. How much better is taking a feat for Armor of Agathis than just doing a 1-level Warlock dip? If you do the 1-level Warlock dip, like, you're gonna be able to get Eldritch. Okay, doing a 1-level dip in Warlock is gonna get you a bit more than just taking that feat, but that feat is there so that you can get the you can get a measure of the power on tables that don't allow for multi-classing. But it also just allows you to keep going with your class and not divert away from some other features, right? You guess at higher level play, you see my point, but not getting the early ASI would hurt. It's meh. Not really. Considering so many people roll for stats, like, sure, I design around point buy because that's what I can predict, but like, man, so many people roll for stats these days. I just don't really think that, like, I don't think divesting away from like big ASIs is a huge ordeal. Okay. Martial Adept. This is the one that gets you a fighting style, correct? No, maneuvers. Okay, yes, sure. Medium Armor Master, I whatever. Mobile. Mobile is a great feat. Moderately Armored. I don't like the name because I can't remember it. Medium Armor and Shields. You gain proficiency with Medium Armor and Shields. I guess it's okay. You have to have proficiency with Light Armor. Yeah, meh. Well, I guess you're forgoing. Yeah. Well, it's a half feat. I mean, those proficiencies are pretty okay. Whatever. Mounted Combatant, man. Mounting rules just aren't really well supported. And like, unfortunately, some people that like, more people are picking this to break the game rather than to actually like go for a flavor pick here. Because the only reason I really heard people picking this up ever was to do the Centaur Tower, where like you can get on, like, you and your buddies that are other centaurs are riding each other, so that way, like, you have advantage on melee attack rolls against any unmounted creature that is smaller than your mount. You can force an attack that targets your mount to target you instead. If your mount is subjected to an effect that makes a dexterity saving throw to only take half damage, it takes no damage if it succeeds on the saving throw, and only half damage if it fails. So like, you could have a whole party of centaurs riding each other, and like one of them goes Cavalier, another one like pick this up so that everyone gets like elusive or something like that. Yeah, this was a silly strategy, but like this feels like the only reason people were checking this one out was to screw with the game. Centaurs do not like to be mounted. Well, it doesn't change the fact that that's what people were trying to do with it here, and you know. Yeah, sure, it's better because it offers shields. I'm just thinking about what do I like it or not? That got accident anymore. They don't like to be mounted. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, I think that mounted combatant, rather than building into the idea of you're a combatant knight or jousting kind of a character. It was more often used to mess with the game, rather. Sentinel, I like this one a whole lot. I want it to be, like, even better. I want a whole... I almost want a fighting style that's based off of this. When you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, the creature's speed becomes 0 for the rest of the turn. Creatures provoke opportunity attacks from you, even if they take a disengage action before leaving your reach. Christ! Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Like, whoa! We just hard overrode one of the core actions that every creature has the ability to do. Creatures provoke opportunity attacks from you, even if they take the disengage action before leaving their reach. Are you kidding me? You know how good that is? You just made it to where, like, oh, okay, you are using your action to do the thing to get away from me? No, fuck you. Like, this alone, like, is this all that strong, right? Is this flashy? Not really, but, like, wow. Practically, whenever we're designing, if I would have seen something like this, I was like, holy hell. Whoa. You've seen it work well at your table. Granted, the game had a lot of open field combat. Yeah. Yeah, better to shove than to disengage. I'll agree. Well, kind of. I'll agree somewhat. Shoving is also not guaranteed. Disengage is usually a guarantee. But if you do shove them, you do get the crowd control. It's like the risk. You get the gamble, right? Shove is a possible risk. Same way I think about shocking grasp. Are you feeling confident that you'll hit it? Cool, then try. When a creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target other than you, and the target doesn't have this feat, which, like, I'm sorry, but... Well, I guess the target's someone of your buddies. I was like, wait, what enemy is going to have Sentinel? You can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack against the attacking creature. Okay, like... I mean... Ooh... Wow! This is so much control. This is such a damn good feat. I love this so much. But I think that there's a lot of people that see this and they just think, oh, well, it's not a lot of guaranteed damage, so, like, is it really all that exciting? Me as a support kind of guy, I look at Sentinel as like, yep, this is my bread and butter. I want to take this and put this on everything, right? Well, I want to smear this all over that cracker, and yeah. Yes, Sentinel, I love this feat so much. This may be one of my favorite feats in the entire game. Skilled, you become a skill monkey. Whatever. I'm just forgettable. Shield Master, forgettable. Sharpshooter is so dominant. What did I give to Great Weapon Master? Because I'll probably just rank it the same. Slightly dissatisfied. Yeah. Ritual Caster is super interesting. But my problem with Ritual Caster is I think that most people take Ritual Caster. Oh, Polearm, yeah. Polearm's fine. I think that most people take Ritual Caster to get one thing, and that's just to get Find Familiar. This really just feels like Find Familiar the feat, right? Like, I like the idea that this seems to want to build into. This feels, it almost feels like a little bit like older kind of D&D style design. I think that this is a very good feature. I like the idea of what this wants to be. Does it work with Tiny Hut? I thought it only worked for a first level spell. I thought it was the spell that you, right? Right, so 2 first level spells. Oh, if you come across a spell, you might be able to add it to your ritual book. Okay. So like, yeah, it works with a ritual scroll, but you're kind of hoping that your DM gives you one at that point, right? It works with all ritual spells? Um, as far as I can tell, it only counts for the 2. Like, I'm trying to see if I have a misunderstanding here, but I thought it was just you get the 2, and then if you find the scroll, you can get it. Yeah, like, but I'm looking at what it reliably does for you, right? What can we say that this is going to do at every table? Like, yeah, unless a party member makes it for you, which, like, then that party member is probably going to be capable of doing that spell anyways. Like, I don't think it's really adding a whole lot other than you can get Find Familiar. Like, I think that some people overestimate this one. Getting Find Familiar is good, but, like, yeah, what are the picks usually going to be? Identify Find Familiar, right? Spell must be on the spell list for the class you choose. I am happy to hear an argument that makes Ritual Caster look like a must pick up. I think that this one's alright. It's mostly a flavor pick, in my opinion. It's a way for you to get Find Familiar. But, like, I think that some people really overestimate the value of this one. Yeah. Only a DM doesn't make spell scrolls available to some degree, but, like, is it the DM's fault for, like... I mean, I'm also kind of thinking in terms of, like, what they write in the official books. Because, like, I've seen in the official books how kind of stingy they are about spell scrolls and how they just feel pretty random over there. You know, like... Can you reliably do the thing to get the thing that you want to do to get the feat to work for you? It sounds like it's asking for a lot of DM fiat to make that good. Yeah. Anyways. If you allowed the feat, then yes. I mean, I just don't think it should be on the DM to have to plan for every single possible character option that's going to exist out there. I really think that WotC is designing in the wrong direction, and that they're making this game a lot harder for DMs to step into and do, and judge the general level of power on things for. And they're asking DMs to fix a lot of crap that honestly should have been WotC's job to do in the first place. Observant is, you see a creature's mouth and you know what it's saying, yada yada yada. You have a +5 bonus to your passive perception and investigation scores. Like, I would rather players roll a bit more, but I do think that this is actually pretty good. Wisdom perception, very, very good. This is actually great if your DM knows how the fuck stealth checks work, okay? This is really, really good at preventing surprise, right? +5 bonus to passive wisdom perception. Like, this is basically like you're getting a +10 to your wisdom score right here. Think about that. Whew, think about that. And that goes over. That goes over. When do you use passive investigation? Some tables will use passive investigation rather than make a bunch of different die rolls. I want my character to look at this, this, or this. Rather than having to make a roll, you can just use passive investigation. The bad way, and I'm going to say this to all you DMs out there, the bad way for you to allow passive checks to work is that if a character makes a roll and then they ask you, well, my passive perception is a 15, can I use that instead of the roll? That's a real bad way to be thinking about passive perception. Passive perception should be used to establish surprise. Like, if someone's going to swipe something off of one of your players, make the roll against their passive perception score. Not a matter of you can use this score rather than your die roll, right? That's a that's a real cheap way to be thinking about what the mechanics should do. This is like periphery. This is what does your character passively do rather than what is your character actively doing. And I know that like that can be a bit difficult to narratively kind of separate as to why a character with a 30, passive perception score couldn't catch the guy that was like, or they couldn't see the thing that was like the floating around, whatever. It's odd that a character that has that high of a passive perception score wouldn't able to notice a thing like the book that they're looking for in this shelf or something, right? The passives are floors? That... What? Where? Can someone get me that? Because, like, that is a real weird way that that's supposed to work. I don't agree with that at all. I don't. If that's what Jeremy Crawford said about passive perception, then I'm gonna hard disagree with him. Passive skills versus reliable talent. That's a score. Yeah, the rules on hiding. There you go. Yep, a character can notice you even if they're not searching. That's whenever you make the search or the passive perception. Yep. Passive perception functions as a skill floor in his pocket. Okay, I'm pulling this up over here and I'm reading it from ThinkDM's blog. There's a lot of decisions that if Jeremy Crawford is the head of the design team, then okay, I'll say that he's got... I don't think he's making great decisions about the way that 5e needs to work. I'll say that the way that we've seen character options designed since 2019 is enough to tell me that if he's the head of the design team, I don't think he's got a good control of the system. The guy, sure, he might have worked in designing the system early on, but that doesn't mean that he was the overall godhead for how the system was churning. It's on whenever you're conscious and aware. It's always on. That's the baseline. Now this brings up questions because then people were saying, how is it when I make an active perception check, I might get a roll that's lower? Well, you aren't. Yes, that roll is lower, but remember your passive perception is always on. So it really represents the floor of your perception. So why is... I'm like... Hang on, sorry. Okay, so, if you make an active perception check and the number that's lower than your passive perception, all that means is that you did a lousy job of this particular active search, but your passive perception is still active. You're still going to notice something that flips onto your passive perception radar. Really, when you make that roll, you're going to see, can I get a higher number? If you fail to, your passive perception is still active. It is effectively creating that minimum. So, this feels like this is inviting. If this is the way that he is saying that this should work, which is the way that, someone's saying in here, well, I rolled this, and here's I rolled a 4, right, on my little calculator here, but my passive perception is a 19. So I saw the thing, right? This is a very, very ridiculous interpretation of how this mechanic should work, because that's always, like, is anybody really going to roll for perception anymore? They're like, no, I got a 19. Yeah, this is really, really dumb. I do not agree with this as a dumb. I'm more frustrated in being hyperbolic here. A DM chooses to use it or not. The best way to use passive perception, okay? I It's not okay. I said it's dumb. That was harsh. More so that I'm reading this and I'm like, no, this is not the way that this should work. It shouldn't work this way. If it's an optional rule, like Spencer was saying, passive perception is an option that a DM can choose to use or not. If you use it, perception checks are typically made only when characters actively search for something, and normally they're searching because their passive perception failed to notice something. Like, oh man, yes, I'll say that much. Your passive perception should only kick on whenever a thing applies to it, okay? That is whenever another creature is making a stealth check against you or a sleight of hand check against you to establish surprise, right? All the other creatures that, like, hey, is anyone's passive perception score 18 or higher? No? Okay, well then these creatures are going to get a surprise round against you, and you. You that have a 19 over there, you're good. Like, whatever, right? Oh, no, I know what you mean. The +5 is a bonus to your roll. I don't mind passives existing. Like, this gives me a DC to roll against as a DM, and I kind of like that. I can roll I can roll against a DC of 18 to establish surprise. Cool. Stealth now feels like it's got some weight, and there's like some competition in play in that, right? I don't mind that so much. But this idea that, like, my passive perception is always on, so therein I can roll no lower than that? Blah. What? Like, I know you can do opposing rolls, but, like, passive perception, is somebody going to be like, whenever I'm making that roll, it feels like it's a very active thing. Like, that character is searching it out, right? If it's flat, it feels like, and hang on one sec, let me explain this. Okay, yes, you can do opposing rolls, but number one, that's another thing that I'm gonna have to calculate. Okay, I have the passive perception right here. Cool, it's literally on every single stat block. Cool. Why? I mean, if I throw another roll into there, like, it just feels like that takes up time, and it feels like the players don't really have a thing that's set for them to beat. If the guard is going around scouting or whatever, cool. Passive perception +5 because they're scouting, so they have advantage on the roll. So let's just say passive perception 17 +5, 22. Bam, you got to beat that in order to stealth and hit them. Cool, great. I think that's fine. Like, we can roll with that. Passive perception already has good weight. It doesn't need to function as a skill floor. Like, oh man, that is, ugh. Someone's passive was find something I didn't call for a roll on their part. They just get to find it. If your floor needs to DC, they get it. For PCs it works, but for players it does not work? What do you mean? I think that there's a good system in here. I think that Jeremy Crawford has probably done a very bad job at explaining it. It's an average over time. Any one moment you can do poorly, but you can just do really well. If someone's doing something 16 times in a row compared to, yeah, sure. Like, if you just want to make the game run faster, And the idea is that your passive perception is just going to be like, you know, it just feels like it's going against the idea of characters, like players having agency in the game, and it feels like it's giving you an out of like, oh, well, I made this die roll that I committed to making as an active thing, but that die roll was bad, so like, I'm gonna use this instead. I just don't, I like what this, and that's not on the feet, that's on, I would say probably Jeremy Crawford. I don't agree with his interpretation of that. What was this, 2018? Yeah, I don't agree with his interpretation of that. Ugh, man. Resilient. You got some pizza? Hell yeah, I want some. Yeah, resilient, this is so good. You gain proficiency in all saving throws that use the chosen ability, and you get a +1 to the ability score. Like, what? What? Oh my god. Yes, this is a huge, huge feat right here. You can pick up, and not all saving throws, not all abilities are the same, okay? If you take this for dexterity, charisma, wisdom, ooh, sick nasty. Yeah, res con and res whiz are amazing. If you pick it up for a strong save, awesome. If you pick it up for a weak save, I cannot think of a reason why. I can't think of a reason why you would want to go this intentionally for any kind of a crunchy reason in a build and go strength, intelligence, or charisma. Like, I can't think of a reason why you would use this to go any of those three. You could say a flavor pick, sure, whatever, like, meh. But like, realistically, are you going to be using Resilient to get proficiency in strength, intelligence, or charisma saving throws? Not likely. Just not likely. You're usually using this to go Constitution. Let's just be real here. You're usually using this to go Constitution because you want help with those. You want help with those concentration checks as a wizard, or just more hit points, and you didn't get proficiency with Constitution saving throws in the start. Like, this is just such a good feat. I think for a feat investment, and this not coming with a, like, yeah, but again, that's so, like, you know that you're gonna go into it's also kind of a metagaming build, but like, I guess if you make it part of your character, sure. But yeah, with this, you are most likely picking up Constitution or Wisdom with this. Dexterity, sure, but I just don't really see you taking that much. Yeah. Resilient, though, I think that the level that's offered in this is actually probably about, like, the kind of thing we would put on an 8th or 9th level, like, base class feature. This is very, very good. I'm not sure how I feel about it being a feat. It's probably a little too strong to be a feat, especially as a half feat. Like, if this just got you the proficiency in the saving throws using the chosen ability, I would already think this is really damn good. And giving you the +1 on top of it, I'm just going to say I'm okay with it. Polar Master, yeah. Good. Okay. You'd like it more as a class feature for every later... Yeah, maybe if, like, it gave you a follow-up, right? And it's like, 9th or 10th level, you got another saving throw. I can see that. Okay, so... Skulker, I barely remember. I've never seen a player take this. You can try to hide when you're only lightly obscured from the creature you're hiding. Ooh. If people were tracking light more, this might actually mean something. when you're hidden from a creature and miss it with a... yeah, if you're planning on a lot of hiding, this might be pretty sweet right here. I love the idea of what this wants to be. Dex of 13 or higher. I kind of like this. It might not be great, but like, I think it could be cool. I don't think Spell Sniper is all that great, right? It's just like, range spell attacks ignore half cover, 3/4 cover. If your DM is really paying attention to cover and using it, this could be insanely good. You learn one cantrip of your choice that requires an attack roll. Cantrip can be from the Bard, Cleric, Druid, Sorcerer, Warlock, or Wizard class, spell list. Your spellcasting ability for this cantrip depends on the class you came from. So you're going to go get Eldritch Blast. When you make an attack roll, the spell's range is doubled. Usually, I can't really see you going for this for any reason other than to get Eldritch Blast, but like, would you go this over Mage Initiate? This would be really good if your DM is thinking tactically. If your DM is somebody that's really paying attention to half and 3/4 cover and obscurement and all that stuff, this spell might be a must snag. But otherwise, Magic Initiate's in the game. Yeah, I think the more your DM is paying attention to those rules, this might be pretty damn good. Otherwise, I don't know. I think there's other ones that might just like outclass it. Okay. I love what this wants to do so bad. Oh god, imagine if it gave -5 plus 10. Oh no. Okay. So, Tavern Brawler. Increase strength or con by 1. You're proficient with improvised weapons. Already I love it. Already. I'm like, yes. Anything that lets me do this, get proficiency with improvised weapons, I'm all behind. Your unarmed strike uses a d4 for damage. This is already outclassed. It's going to get buffed. It should be a monk feature. Hey, guess what? Guess what? If you go check out my Drunken Master remaster. Hello.
Hello. I'm getting the snow ready. Amanda is trudging.
Oh, are you guys going?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Drunken Master. Here you go. Improvised weapons are monk weapons for you, so you can use them with martial arts die. I like this felt so Drunken Master, like oh, yeah. Improvised weapons are monk weapons for you if they don't have the two-handed or heavy property. Like, Cat says hi again.
Hi, Cat again.
You think it should have a brutal critical feature to it? I think the Tavern Brawler is pretty okay up here. You up this to a d6 and like, you know, I don't know. I don't think that, I honestly think that in the future, if we see Tavern Brawler come back, it probably won't include an unarmed strike mechanic in there. I think that they're going to leave this to fighting styles or class features rather than tying it into a feat and then making it to where like your class features are going to give you all that stuff. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike or improvised weapon on your turn, you can use a bonus action to attempt to grapple the target. Maybe if it was grapple or shove? Maybe if it were grapple or shove? I mean, we might be more into it, you know? Oh, brutal critical for the improvised weapons, you meant? Oh, that's funny. Okay, that's pretty funny. I think that Tavern Brawler could be fun. It needs a buff of some kind. It needs a very slight buff. Tough. I love it. Ship it. Go. Warcaster. Warcaster's cool. It makes people really think about concentration checks. Yep, I'm fine with it. Weapon Master. I think it is nothing. Nobody takes this. Nobody takes this. Nobody takes this. Nobody. Okay. Oh, okay. Here we go. Okay. Taking this feat when building a character. Played someone who took this feat. Played with someone who took this feat. They did not have a good time. Anyway. Yes. I played it. I played with Charger. Yeah, Weapon Master should not exist. Weapon Master is so terrible. It is, like, there are so many other things you can do with a feat. That getting proficiency with 4 fucking weapons, are you kidding me? Now, hang on. I will say, with RME, I will say it's quite possible dedicated weapon from Monk may make it to where Weapon Master is kind of okay. I mean, revised martial equipment. Dedicated weapon. You being able to do this with a, battle axe. Ooh, great sword. Ooh. Why not dip and get martial proficiency? I mean, if you can't dip, like if you're playing on a table that can't multi-class, which, yeah. I've even thought about banning multi-classing. I'm gonna give you enough homebrew at my tables, like, I'm sorry, but if you can't make the character that you want to with the 30 goddamn classes I have at my table, most likely, like, I don't know. Like, I think the point of multi-classing, multi-classing should really be like a DM fiat kind of a thing, where, like, the story really has to give you a reason to multi-class. If it's just going to be like, I'm going to multi-class for power, everyone's just going to multi-class Warlock because, one level of Warlock, or Cleric because one level of Cleric gets you the subclass, or one level of Sorcerer. So one level of Sorcerer. Anyways, usually whenever people are like, I'm going to multi-class, it's never into something like Paladin Barbarian, right? It's never into something like Bard. Bard Paladin, yeah, sure, but like Bard Wizard, or it's not really thinking about like Bard Monk, right? What could that character be, right? What could that character be through multi-classing, rather than I'm gonna plan out this path to get these lump of mechanics. If that's the case, then like, okay, then what? Yeah, Barbarian, right? If you're gonna multi-class into it, like 9 times out of 10, people are trying to multi-class for power, not because of a character explanation. It's usually always like, are these two going to be strong? Cool, let me build a character around that synergy, right? Not like, why would my character... I want to play a Barbarian that smashes stuff with loot. Barbarian. Yay! Like, fun, right? It's usually always as a grab for power rather than an actual story-based reason. Not saying that those don't exist, because I always got to preface this crap because I get 20 YouTube comments, complaining about like, oh, what do you mean? I mean, I love my... Anyways, it is very possible that you can get a great character concept out of that stuff, whatever. The majority of concepts are, like, I'm gonna go Sorcerer Warlock. Oh, really? Cool. Or Paladin Warlock, or Bard Warlock. I'm like... You want to fix multi-classing? You know what you should do? Ban Warlock from multi-classing. The only, like, people are going... If you see anybody going Sorcerer Warlock, don't allow for the multi-class, alright? Some people have asked me about my opinions on the Coffee Lock build on here. don't allow them to multi-class because you know what they're going to do, all right? Don't allow for that interaction to happen. That's going to be a problem. And it's going to be a problem. Athlete, I don't see anybody taking it. Alert, play with someone who took the feat. Actor, yes, someone did take the feat. I can't remember. It was Marisha. Is she playing a multi-class? Like, I'm not watching CR this campaign. I've got too much other shit going on. Yeah, Warlocks are built different. They're not really built like a 5e class, guys. I'm telling you. If they want to incorporate it into their story, let's talk about it. Let's talk about how we can figure it out, right? We can talk about it. But if someone's going Warlock, she is playing a Sorlock. I guess we'll see if she tries to break it with Coffee Lock. I don't think she will, though. You really think Marisha Ray is going a Coffee Lock to try and, like, get that level of power out of it? No, not even. What subclass is she going with, by the way? I guess I can just look it up. Yeah, see, because, like, she's not the kind of player that's going to try and break the game by, like, can I waste your time by trying this busted build? Loudna. Oh, she's playing the Undead Warlock? Huh, okay. I mean, isn't some of that build kind of redundant? I mean, of course, have fun. Have fun. I'm just, like, curious if it's redundant, not saying, like, ooh. Oh, one of the Briarwoods is her Warlock patron. That's cool. Oh, sorry if there's spoilers. Whoops. I don't know. What's up?
Have you seen one of our beanies? I can't find any of them.
I know, I can't find mine either. You want the Beholder one?
The what?
You want the Beholder one?
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously.
Oh, wait. Okay, here you go.
Okay.
Wait, you gotta try it on.
I am.
You gotta try it. Oh, wait, I'm covering you up. Ah!
Isn't it the best? Here, I gotta go put my hoodie on. I'm about to be...
Are you gonna put the hoodie on and then put it over your face?
Oh, actually, yes, I should do that.
Yeah. From what I've been able to tell, yeah, we found it on Etsy. I love that beanie. Favorite multi-class is Ranger Cleric. See, that's cool. That's cool. I like the idea. I like the idea. But, like, usually whenever people go Sorcerer Warlock, like, I get the thematic, I get the synergy, I get the reasons why you want to go the build, but, like, here lately, ever since Zeba Shoe's video on the Coffee Lock thing, like, people are usually only talking about Sorcerer Warlock to go with the Sorlock build. Like, and, like, if that's the whole point, is that you're just trying to make a character that just has, like, infinite spells or whatever. You good? Oh, is it Maples? Dog's going crazy. Hang on. Zealot Barbarian, Ancient's Paladin. I can get behind the ideas, right? Like, Barb. What are the? We have one of our buddies just showed up that's taking Amanda to go and sled in the snow. Hang on. Maples. You want to say hey to the internet?
What?
You want to say hey to the internet?
Yeah.
This is one of our buddies, Amanda Maples. Yeah. Other Amanda. Hey, you're on YouTube. Oh, wait.
Wait.
What? Oh!
Where am I? Hey! Hey, internet! It's cold outside.
And how deep is it?
Maybe 7-ish inches, something like that.
Really?
It's not too bad.
Have you been anywhere but the streets?
No.
No.
I've been in the streets my life.
Yeah, you
my
been.
whole life.
Nice.
Yeah, and the roads actually aren't even that bad.
Really?
Yeah.
I really hope I don't have school tomorrow, though. Please just call it. Yeah, second Amanda.
She loves it.
Oh, there you go.
That's amazing.
I'm ready for the snow.
I love it so
Oh yeah,
much.
okay.
I want to go do like a face first.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Snow angel.
Well, wait, here, look up a little bit.
Oh my god. The thing cannot be described.
Right.
There is no language for such a business as shrieking and unloyal lunatic.
I know. All right, well, you guys have fun.
We should get it on camera. We should make Tara and Amanda sandwich.
What?
It's a favorite thing that we like to do at work. You can leave.
You get. You gotta go. Hmm?
You get to be an Amanda sandwich.
Oh.
Or a Terran sandwich, I guess?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Terran sandwich on Amanda bread.
We're not really clear on the
Amelia.
The hat.
Yeah, we're
It's
not.
so warm. Get in here. We're
I
doing it.
know. What?
Here, you can come over here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Amanda
Mm.
sandwich.
Mm. All right. You guys go have fun.
Let's go play in the snow.
Alright.
Actually, you wanna hop in the backyard with me?
All right. So, we need. Wait, I already did that. Okay, I was curious about like what her patron was and all that stuff. But hey, she's playing it because wholesome content. Amanda Witch. Oh wait, yeah, Amanda. It's always funny whenever I say just like, "Hey, Amanda," and then they both answer. Yeah, that's pretty great. I was curious if her build was redundant, not because I was like, oh, what? I just didn't know if Shadow, because they have the undead thing. Yeah, drop to 1 hit point. Because like that's pretty big. That's actually really nice for Shadow. You have dark vision out to a range of 120 feet. You can transform. Ranger Cleric, yeah, make a stranger, right? The Strength Ranger is a build I've been really wanting to kind of get into. I think that you could potentially make a healer with some of the Ranger stuff if you, if you're building, strictly into it, right? Someone was also talking about like Shillelagh being able to allow you to go more, just more whiz-based Ranger, and still have a reliable thing that you can do. Like, you go Druidic Warrior, and not one fighting style alone allows you to focus pretty much on Wisdom and Constitution, and you've got your character, right? Like, Does Magic Stone allow you to go full whiz? I mean, Pack Tactics was saying that that Magic Stone's actually pretty good because you can just give your monkeys, like, if you make, like, conjure beast, or conjure animals, whatever, and then you just give all those creatures the, like, then it's actually kind of effective. Maybe, but, like, it still feels like that cantrip's relying on a 3rd level spell to be good, which, like, I don't think is that good. Nature Cleric gets you Magic Stone or Shillelagh. I would just highly recommend, I think Shillelagh is the better choice. It enables a lot of builds? Huh. I was just curious if there might have been a redundancy happening in here. No, I guess you're immune to the frightened condition. Wow, and this doesn't give you dark vision, huh? Maybe that was something that they were considering? But, like, yeah, getting to 10th level in Warlock, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what she winds up investing heavier into. I wonder what she's more interested in playing into, Warlock or Sorcerer. That'd be cool to see. Okay. Elemental Adept, never saw anybody take it. I never took it. Grappler, even whenever I was first starting out in D&D, we saw this and we're like, this looks kind of not great. I played with Great Weapon Master. I played with other people that have played with it. I've tried playing with Healer. I haven't played with anybody that, from what I can remember, I don't think anybody in AL, as far as I can think about. Oh, Sorcerer as of today? Interesting. I don't remember anybody in AL in the tables that I ran taking Healer. I am really trying to scratch my head to figure out if anybody was really using that one. Heavily armored. I think I took Heavy Armor Master. You taking Healer? Yeah, I took it, but I don't remember anybody in AL taking it. Pretty sure it's illegal to pick up Grappler. Keen Mind, I've seen other people take it. Inspiring Leader, I've seen other people take it. It never seemed like it was going to play right at the tables. I have seen Lightly Armored taken on Wizards. Yes. Yeah. You straight up go to prison. Take Grappler straight to jail. Linguist. Never seen anybody take this one. I am planning around it, though. I'm planning around it. Lucky. Anyway, I've never taken it because it always seemed cheap. But this was a default pickup in AL. Mage Slayer, I haven't seen anyone take it, but it looks pretty cool. Magic Initiate, I've taken it. Other people have taken it. Martial Adept, yep. I can't remember anybody specifically taking this in AL. I haven't seen anybody at my tables taking this. What?
You're gonna want to watch the video I just sent you. Send me that in the absolutely. I want to send it to her. Yes.
What video? One you just sent me? Aww. Oh, they're just falling over in the snow. Okay. You made a Linguist Scribes Wizard. Yeah, I think that there's some potential in there. Medium Armor Master. I can see why people would take it for the shields. I just don't recall anybody specifically taking it. Mobile is a kind of default pickup if you go with, like, Monk, and you haven't already taken, like, you already took Crusher, probably you're going to take Mobile. Moderately Armored, oh no, wait. Which one is the shields? I can't remember. Mounted Combatant, I've never taken it. I've never seen anybody else take it. Observant, yep. Polearm Master, I never personally built into it, but it's something I would like. Resilient, yep. Sentinel, yep. Savage Attacker. I don't remember this. You can reroll the damage and use either total. Wow. I can't remember it. I've tried to take the feat in the past with Ritual Caster, and it just didn't seem like it was doing much of anything for me. Shield Master, I know of people that have tried to make it work. Oh, yeah, Sharpshooter, yep. Skilled, I've taken it, didn't really get a lot of love out of it. Skulker, I've never played with anybody that tried it. I can see a point in trying to take it. Spell Sniper, I never built into it, but I remember AL, people were picking it up for Eldritch Blast, but I think that there were other things that you could be doing with it. I tried to make Tavern Brawler work on a character once, didn't feel like all that great. Tough, absolutely. Warcaster, absolutely. Weapon Master, nope. Anything else we should know? Flavor. Boom. There we go. Yes, sir. In the past year, about what overall percentage of your D&D has been spent DMing? What is your age? I'm a man. Alright. Cool. There you go. There's my summary. Cool. So, now that the feats are done, I'm glad we kind of did that. Because I want to talk about why some things got shifted around. Now, I have pretty much firmly cemented what the leveling is going to be like in this thing. I felt like at 17th level, I had to be very, very sure that it's at this point and at this point that I leave some space for this class to breathe. Because it's at these points that you could pretty possibly get into some of the upper level runes, like the legend runes, right? Here at 17th level, yeah, 100%. You're most likely at this point grabbing one of the legend runes. So this one I wanted to let it breathe. So I had to move some stuff away. And if I remember right, Rune Chant at 11th, yes. Omnipresence. Why did I move that away from 13th and move it down to 9th? Omnipresence. What I would like is if it was like Omnipresence, Omniscience, Omnipotence, right? Boom, boom, boom. Omnipotence I had to move back to 18th because honestly, if people are going to do some comparative analysis between like the Rune Keeper and other things that can do similar things, people are going to be looking at this compared to Paladin, and they're going to see like, oh, well, Paladin's aura doesn't increase until 18th level, so why does the Rune Keeper's increase at 15th? And I was like, meh, I couldn't really think of a reason why, like, this needed the justification of at 15th level you get that boost. So, like, I just decided to move it, 18th. If that's going to upset people, then, like, yeah. Would I consider some ribbon features at those levels, or do I think additional inscribed rune at those levels is enough? Additional inscribed rune is more than good, because that's going to be a new echelon of power that they can get into with those runes. It's like, let me explain the way I'm thinking about it. So, if we look at, okay. So there are pretty big power spike levels for all spellcasters, and this is generally true of all spellcasters. The only one I'm not sure of is Bard, off the top of my head. Would Omniscience not be called Omniglot? Maybe. Yeah, probably. So, the big levels that you gotta watch out for are 5th, 9th, 11th, and 17th. Okay? So, 5th, 9th, 11th, and 17th. Why is this? 5th level, you're usually getting your 3rd level spell slots, boom, right here, and your cantrips are all going up a die. Like, all your damaging cantrips are all going up a die size. They're all accessing a new echelon of power. 9th level, what's happening here? You're getting your 5th level spell slots. Okay, these are big boy spells. Like, 3rd level spells are great. 3rd level spells there's a lot of bread and butter in there. Revivify, Fireball, Lightning Bolt, or is it? No, it's not called Lightning. Is it Lightning Bolt? Am I dumb? Is it Lightning Bolt? No, what's the spell I'm thinking of? It's not. I guess it is Lightning Bolt. Yeah, 3rd level spell. Lightning Bolt. Okay. Lightning Bolt, Conjure Woodland Beings. Like, there's a lot of power that you can get out of 3rd level spells. But 5th level spells are where we really start to get into the reality warping shit. 5th level spells. Raise Dead, right? Let's filter some of these. If I try to recall every 5th level spell, yeah, it's not going to work out well. Bigby's Hand, Anti-Life Shell, Awaken. You know how impactful a 5th level spell slot is? Wow, you can literally change something's intelligence to permanently be 10. You just give a thing, alright dog, here you go, and it now becomes sentient. Like, capable of acknowledging that it is a dog with a very limited lifespan, which is very sad. God. Circle of Power. Cloud Kill. Mislead. Yeah, Mislead. Cone of Cold. Wow. Cone of Cold. All the stuff you can do in here. Don't use Contagion. I mean, I've talked about this one. It's one of the most popular videos on my channel. Contagion is good if this is the DM casting this on the players. Players to DM, this is usually really bad to be using on monsters because of how many are immune to being poisoned, and you're going to waste a big boy resource trying to just find out that thing's immune to being poisoned. Yeah, it's a DM spell. In mechanic, and yeah, creation. God, I love creation. Yeah, you pull wisps of shadow material from the Shadowfell to create a non-living object of vegetable matter within range. Like, oh man. Duration, it lasts for as long as it says over here. I mean, you can get up to some stuff with this. Dance Macabre, Dawn, Destructive Wave. This spell even good, man. This Dominate Person, yes. Dream, Innervation, Far Step. Don't take Flame Strike. Gayish. Ooh. Casting time of 1 minute, and its duration is 30 days. Wow. And you just have basically a thrall with you. Like, Jesus. Greater Restoration. Your buddy stayed up all night last night? It's all good. Here you go. No big deal. Like, oh. Man. Immolation, yeah. Legend Lore is kind of whatever. Maelstrom I really love. Modify Memory has a lot of impact on a campaign. Mislead. Yeah, a Flame Strike, right? It kind of feels like they're fucking with us. Yeah, Raise Dead. All this other good stuff, right? So this is all stuff that you can get at 9th level. Okay, so with a 5th level spell slot, there's a big power spike that happens here. Not only at 5th level spell slots, but also, if you'll notice, bam, your proficiency bonus just went up. So I'm getting a new echelon of power with these spells. My spell save DC and my spell attack bonus are both going to increase by 1. If they didn't just increase by 1 a level earlier, right? Very good. Same thing happens here with 5th level, right? +1 here, possibly +1 here. If I didn't get a feat, also if I didn't get a feat, you know, whatever. And then 11th level, what happens here? Usually you're getting the 6th level spells. It's different for Warlock, you know why. But here at 11th level, your cantrips are going up by another die size. Okay, and then at 17th level, another die size. And 9th level spells. Like, boom. Boom. So, my problem was I was leaving 9th as a dead level originally, and then I was like, what can I do to spread out some of these omni powers, like omnipresence, omniscience, omnipotence, because none of them are really incredibly strong. Omnipresence needed to change, mostly because, like, I've asked people what they thought, and nobody was able to tell me what they thought, or I had a lot of people that were asking, why did you make fast travel a base class feature? That doesn't feel like a thing that, like, I don't really get the lore of that, right? And I was like, well, it felt like you open a gate with it, and, you know, yada yada, and they're like, I don't get it, right? So, I just decided, like, it might be better to figure out a different kind of mechanic for that. And I think with, like, omnipresence, You are always aware of the location of any of your inscribed runes, even if the rune is on a different plane of existence as you, and if you die, your inscribed runes remain inscribed on the object while you're dead. So the runes can still provide their passive effect, you know, yada yada. That's more of a world building thing more than anything else. This is not a lot of power. Not a lot of power at all. Like, yeah, creating teleportation circles. I could also move it into a rune. Like, I could also move the teleportation mechanic into a rune, and it would be fine. If anything, it opens up some territory for me to design with on that, and I'm okay with that. It's a lot easier for a DM to justify scratching out a rune than it would be for them to justify scratching out a base class feature. I'll say that much. Just telling someone you can go whatever runes you want, just not this one right here. Yeah, I'd rather do that. Rune Chant at 11th. Man, I think it would be fun if I could somehow figure out a way to keep Omnipresence, Omniscience, and Omnipotence all kind of grouped together. Because, like, just seeing that on the sheet would be kind of fun. But Rune Chant really has to... I think that Rune Chant has to come at 11th. I tried to figure out, like... Is there a way for this to come a little bit later? Or, sorry, a little bit earlier? Like... Rune Chant being at, like, 9th level... Like... yeah. Yeah, World Building just said people in power raise Runekeepers to have them inscribe magic items and then kill them to keep rune power. I mean, or you can keep the Runekeeper in case you don't like the rune power, you know? See, I wondered if it was possible. I wondered if it was possible to switch Rune Chant with Omnipresence, to where you get Rune Chants at 9th, and then it upgrades at 20th. I just wasn't really sure if we had seen anything quite like that. But I will say, I would much rather you be able to get Rune Chant earlier than Omnipresence. If for anything, just for the cinematics of it, right? You get it at 9th. And then it improves into its ultimate form at 20th. No, if we keep the Runekeepers alive, they can take back the rune juice. Yeah, and that's fair, right? Like, I do have to think about that. Are most tables going to practically see Rune Chant in play? No, and that's a real sad thing. Like, this is such a cool cinematic thing for it, right? Boom. Omnipresence at 11th, Omniscience at 14th, Omnipotence at 18th. 1, 2, and then they get 1, 2, 3, and then they get that. Oh, I wish it was a more pleasing gradient with that. Oh, that's gonna bug me. I did move back the Keeper's Dialect feature, actually. Wait, does that fix it? Wait, if I move that, okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, damn it! No! No! Oh well, whatever. It's not symmetrical design, but whatever. I can leave it. I can leave it. Yeah, that's also fair. Yeah, the fiction that it's based off of is definitely something that needs to inform the design. I think Rune Chant at 9th is good. And it, honestly, it's not a huge ordeal. You invoke a rune like twice as your... Yes, please. Yes. +11th, 14th, 18th. Plus 3 plus 8. I can't grant it at 17th. That's the one that's completely off bounds. 11th is okay. Rune Chant at 9th. The thing I like with that is it's a nice even number. So Rune Chant at 9th, I can invoke like 2 runes, bam. And yeah, that's cool. Runechant just gets scary good later on. Did I say Runechant was a shorter long rest? I don't think I gave it a restriction, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to make it to where this was just... Ooh. This was just, I can do this. I almost feel like it might be funnier if it was like, you can't do it again for a minute. And so then it's got the recharge like it does in Skyrim. That's funny. Sorry, one sec. It is. Just got super cold in here. Let me grab a sweater. Not that one. Well, yeah, I'll wear that one. It's not as cozy as some of my other sweaters, but... Ugh. Yeah, so... Yeah, no, I almost thought about putting on a Snuggie, too. Alright. Man, it is like, it's right here under my desk. There's just a cold spot, because like there's a window right behind that desk, and it like, it's like there's a crack or something underneath it that just freezes my right leg. You have 2 hoodies on? Yeah, I think I'm going for that. Okay. You know what? Alright. This is Snuggie stream. Wait, where's the front pockets? Is that the back? No. These need to be... Yes. Right? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah. What's up, Paulo? Oh, I've got hot coffee in here. Oh, yeah. What up, bud? How you doing? Okay. Yeah. So... Okay. Omnipresence, 11th. Can I put that at 12th? Why can't I put that at 12th? Ability score improvement. I can put it at 12th, but like, man, I don't want to. This is such a. This is how you know I'm like a layout freak. I don't want it to mess with this class table. I love the fact that this whole class's loadout fits right here into this, like, yeah. Gift me with a good Snuggie. This Snuggie's not bad. This is covered in dog hair. Ooh, yeah, herbal tea. I'm actually thinking of making a London fog rather than drinking coffee all day. But yes, gift. Subscribe if you haven't already. Do all the YouTube things. Make a donation if you're appreciating the stream. And, yeah. Appreciate y'all. Go check out my Patreon. Jeez. Dogs, what's happening? Oh? Why did I get... Why was there a spike of 5,000 views yesterday? Hey, I'll take it. What are people watching on my channel right now? Was it the short? I love how people have been responding to that pronunciation guide. Oh, that's been too funny. I guess the cantrip tier list video is doing really well too. Okay. Yes, coffee is a gift from the gods. Yeah, the translation guide's been doing pretty well. I thought that was so funny. ASMR stream. Oh yeah, so let's talk about a few things. Omnichannel. Ooh. I do like the fact that it's like, yeah, omnipresence, omniscience, omnipotence, omnichance. um, uh, makes your shift bearable. Hey, I'm glad to have you. Spencer Jackson with the $5. Thank you, man. Donation because you missed out on yesterday's stream. Oh, dude, thank you. I appreciate you. Don't worry, because, wow, you only really missed out on, stream flopping. Like, I don't know what was going on. I think it was just the storm moved in, and, like, we could not keep the stream up for more than, like, it was up for, like, 3 hours. Snow started coming in, and then it was, like, we had, like, zero internet here. And so, yeah. But we had to close a little bit early. But made some progress after chat and all that. You're at the pickup heavy shit. And the music is not banging. I can try to give you a little bit more try to give you some more vibes for that. Yesterday's stream did inspire you to write another class. Oh, cool. What class? You came just to see me eat Vegemite and you missed everything else. Oh, man. Wait, so did you show up for the Vegemite? Because I think it could be okay. I think Vegemite is pretty terrible, but like, Jesus. Like, it could be okay. I'm gonna do some quick formatting tricks to see if I can't. Okay, no. There we go. Boom, that'll put that there. What I'm doing here is I'm just messing with the kerning a little bit. The kerning is, here we go, here's some education. So, kerning is the space in between your letters. So whenever I'm like, oh, okay, I would rather prefer this not to be spaced out to where I have these two hanging off. I can adjust the horizontal kerning by doing that. Now, the problem is it squashes the letters together, and we really don't want that. So I only really do kerning of about like a -10 to -20 to see what I can't like possibly reduce down. Otherwise, I'll just kind of leave it be. Wait, what? Wait, what? Holy shit, jeez, Drunken Yoda with the $49. Gee, thank you so much, man. What do you, yeah, geez, man, thank you so much. Super chat for more ASMR content. So yeah, the thing I will do is, oh, 49 pesos, okay. I appreciate you, man, thanks so much, Daryl. The thing I do is, if I'm trying to make the layout a little bit more clean, what I will do is, like, I'm trying to find an example of, let me find a hang off. Okay, so you see how this says infernal? This is an orphan. We want to get that orphan back up here with its, like, the rest of the sentence. And so a way that we can do that is to click that once. It adjusts the kerning just a little bit to where it can possibly get infernal back up here into the sentence, and it just makes it saves us some space, right? At the cost of, I mean, it's not uniform, but it's pretty hard to detect that change. Like again, right here. That's 30. That's a little bit deeper than I'd like to go. Here, let's see if I can't do this. Clean this up. Boom. Right? So, this looks a little bit less cluttered. And it lines up really nice. I think taking the time to do this kind of a cleanup is really going to help out whenever people are like, hey, how does the layout look? Observationally, it's, yeah. What else? Okay. So, I tried to establish a better through line last night as well. Not only did I introduce new, like, legend runes and establish that mechanic and what that's going to be for the other languages. Once I get that done, honestly, guys, I think that, like, I might only need to add about, like, 5 runes per language after the legend runes, and then this thing is probably ready to go. Probably a quick final balancing pass, and then it can get published, right? So, Deathic rune stance. What was the big change that I made last night to all the different rune languages? I wanted to do a thing where I clipped out how much bloat was kind of happening with these. Optionally, this will be like you could probably get extra attack, but only while you choose this option with the rune stance. So, this is an extra attack like equivalent, or you can forego that to get a +1 bonus to your AC while wearing armor that you have inscribed with a rune while in the rune stance, or you and your allies that can see you within the area of your stance gain a bonus to saving throws against being frightened equal to half your number of inscribed runes. I've been thinking about making this a little bit more applicable, but I think that, like, just giving you, if I was to look at these each on their own, I could probably say that they're each, like, worthy of a 6th level feature kind of on their own. Being able to make it to where you can get one or the other, right? I think it's pretty nice right here. I think that this is actually a pretty decent way to go with this. Hey, Phil, how's it going? I think the switch is a cool idea. Because, like, yeah, sure, you can get extra attack, but you could also get the +1 bonus to your AC, but you're going to have to flip between these, right? I think here at 6th level, I think this is pretty okay. You're waiting one level later than where other characters are going to be able to get extra attack for the trade-off of more things that you can do with extra attack, or instead of extra attack, right? Which is kind of what they do if you look at, like, the new way that Wizard and Bard are moving forward with, like, extra attack mechanics in the subclass. It might be pretty okay. You have to wait a little, like, this is like the extra attack equivalent inside the Deathic rune stance, which I think is kind of cool. But I'm trimming them to where, originally this was just saying they get advantage on the check if they can see you, right? Now they get a bonus equal to half the number of runes that you have inscribed. So it's flat, right? You're going to be able to grant your allies that can see you within the area of the stance. At later levels, this is 30 feet. A possible 1 to 5 bonus to these saving throws. This is actually pretty consistently good throughout all levels of the game, because there are all kinds of monsters that'll inflict this condition right here. It becomes a little bit worse if you look at like Fiendish, and I'm trying to figure out a way to make Betrayal pretty okay. Oh, Draconic Wolf, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. God, thank you guys for all the donations. Seriously. Oh. Yeah, thank you. Oh man. Okay. Woo. I get like 50 spam notifications a day now. Aw. Oh man, they're out sledding by the high school that's over here near our house. Okay, but the through line, I wanted you to be able to see that if you wanted to make your own Runekeeper, you should most likely in their subclass get some kind of a save against a certain sort of effect that's a flat bonus equal to half their number of inscribed runes. For Fiendish, it was definitely going to be a penalty. That felt pretty thematic. They have a penalty to saving throws against being charmed equal to half your number of inscribed runes. Feels pretty sick, right? The other things that'll happen in here are like when a hostile creature within the area tries to cast a spell of a level equal to or lower than half your inscribed runes, it must first succeed on a Constitution saving throw, or the casting fails and the spell is wasted. Like, ooh, that's spicy. Hey Tara, one time you said that you did not metal music? Wait, what? Most likely, Spencer, kind of. Unless it was, unless it was like, if it's a legend rune, possibly. That I didn't like metal music? Oh, I love metal. Have I ever said I don't like metal? I made a whole video about why I love metal. My dude. Hang on. I don't know if you've seen this video, but it's one of my favorites on my entire channel. Let me find it real quick. Yeah, this video is so... Oh, wow. It's got 10,000 views now. Okay. This video. I go through and I do a hard breakdown, like an academic breakdown of this whole, like, it's the music from Doom, BFG Division. And I go through and I give basically a mini history lesson on, like, composition through... like metal composition as analyte. Holy crap! Siren Maps. Hey, thank you so much for the 100 sec. Thank you so much for the 100 secs. Hey, I appreciate you. I'm literally teaching you about design. I wish you could give more. I do what I can. You watching the VODs and everything is super helpful. It helps drive up ad revenue and everything like that. It's 100 secs. I appreciate you, Siren Maps. Thank you for giving me sex. Hey, I'll take it. That's coffee. That is coffee right there. But yeah, if you are if you're interested in like hearing about like my take on like how I think about metal, this I think this is one of my best videos in as far as like the information I delivered in it. You know, I'm talking about metal ostinato in here. What's that? Yeah, like. Like, oh man. The ostinato that's happening in here, what it means whenever people are talking about like gent, right? I did a whole breakdown on like basically my thought process on metal music in that video. Go check that one out. Yeah. Pain. Alright. Pain. This is what I think is probably the scary one in here. But it has to be of a level equal to or lower than half your inscribed runes. Here at 6th level, we're talking about 3. So like 3 divided by 2. So if it casts a first level spell and you're next to it, it has to first succeed on a Constitution saving throw, or the casting of the spell fails and the spell is wasted. Okay? So, like, ooh, would this apply to cantrips? It's like, yeah, you are putting off an aura of counterspell. It's actually, what was this? Pain is an aura that came off of one of the demon lords. I'm trying to remember. Maybe 3 other... Oh, why not a charisma save? Mostly because... I guess the idea of pain being that, like, it feels like a constant concentration, right? Like, why not a charisma save? Charisma is usually made to me against, like, being banished. Oh, yeah, well, and plus you want to reinforce with Rogue, like, the idea that they want to be making one really, really deadly attack, rather than a bunch of tiny, you know, you want that one attack to be super deadly. I'm also just double checking to see if they're going to cancel school for us tomorrow. If they are, ooh, we're up for a hot second. School, my boys, whoa! Mads, thank you so much for the wow, 100 dicks. Oh man. Oh. All right. You guys giving me, yeah. Oh my god. Hang on. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the donation. Donkey Kong King, yes. You must donate when the Swede donates. You rock. Yeah, 100 dicks and 100 sex. I appreciate y'all. Yeah. Let me see here. Can I show this? Ooh, ooh. Oh no, can I? I don't think it's a big deal if I show the name. I think I've talked about the school where I worked at. Yeah, I think I have. Okay. Motherfucker! Yes! We are out. We are out. So we are streaming for a while tonight. All right. What is happening in chat right now? Oh man. I love it. I'm just gonna encourage it. You guys want to do a dono war? You do a dono war. Hey. Okay. All right. So, what's the job gonna be tonight? We know that we're streaming for a while tonight, okay? So, I think that the objective is gonna be to get this damn thing out before the end of the weekend. I think that if I'm able to get 10 per, okay, I'm able to get, let's say 4 legend runes. Spencer, there was a dragon god that you had mentioned. There was a dragon god that you had mentioned that you thought would have made for a good, like, upper level of power, right? Be able to tune in to get distraction from you. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear about your cat. Oh, I'm happy to be a place where you can hang, and I'm happy that you feel good hanging out here. I appreciate that. Well, Io is an over god, which Io makes sense. Io makes sense as a rune, but there was another one that was like the Bahamut of crystal, or like gem dragons. No. You're good. It's more ideas, right? Like, I think that That's Ow? No, there's an Io. Like, Io stopped existing in current D&D lore? They just decided he's gone? Because, like, Eukaric is like... Sardior, that's it. So I'm gonna need some more utility runes for Draconic. There were some cool ones that Biomancer submitted that were like building off of my idea for like weather condition based Draconic runes. So Sardier, I think there needs to be one for Io. Is it Io or Ow? Because I think it's Io. Something legend. I don't know what. I mean, the only thing that makes sense for this is that it's going to require 9 other inscribed runes. Interesting. Huh. You just sent it? Okay. Let's go check it out. Hopefully the last batch of runes. Emika. Ooh, nice. Oh, Lantern Arc. Ooh. Oh, I love the little oh. Aw. I was really scratching my head about what they could summon. I was like, man, I'm gonna have to come up with some kind of a stat block. This is adorable. This is I already know exactly what this looks like in my head. This is like, all I saw was the name, and I'm like, aw. Is there artwork of this? Like, seriously, like, this has to be a thing that I find. Okay, so this did exist. Oh, wow. It's kind of a little bit more metal than what I thought. I was thinking, like, basically a little happy Pokemon. You changed the idea for the friend rune? Yeah. Damn, that's pretty cool looking. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to pull up the art. Here we go. Yeah, look at what these things are. Ooh, that is sick. Yeah, they look like will-o-wisps. That is really cool. They are canon. Okay. So I'll double check the stat block. Yeah. You made a Bahamut rune. Okay. Oh, the thing that I figured out with the legend runes, right, or master runes as they were previously called, they need to scale off of 9. It's possible we might be able to say that like some of them could be pulled down to like 7, but yeah. I know. I love this so much. This is so cool. Oh, this is so cool. Yes, this is a great idea. Okay. Spinners on making charisma checks to interact with celestials. Yes. Runes from its language, and it shares this. Okay, so you got all that stuff. Oh, and the item, it's just going to be any object. Yeah, it won't have a prerequisite, but yeah. It's just, this is so good. I want to figure out, man, okay. Yeah, this is going to be cool. Okay. Okay. Boom. Snagging that. Okay. Only to you and your allies, and you can re-summon it so that it's... I almost want to say that these need to borrow a bit from... These may need to borrow a bit from the Drake Warden. So we can make it to where you can get companion runes in a way. Don't tie it to a subclass, make it into, you know, its own rune. You can re-invoke it, and then the thing, it like comes back to you, right? Yeah, that's right. This needs to be like a ward or something else. Protection. Protect or something. Okay. Will I be making any new videos about the monsters of the multiverse stat blocks? I usually don't really cover a lot of like monster stuff in particular. A bullet with butterfly wings. Oh yeah. No, I totally got behind it, Huntsman. Yes, I actually did change it because I agree with your reasoning there. I'm just pulling this over. This is a good idea. We'll make it work out. I want to find some artwork for this and see if there's any artwork of it that exists from 4th edition. Hang on one sec. Okay, we'll have to make a stat block for that. I don't really mind it. I don't think it needs to require attunement. Okay, Amica. The 3E art exists. Yeah, I'm just curious if they have it over on the DM's Guild that you can get as a part of the creator resource. Because that's the only way that you can, that's the only way that you can use them in your products. Hope you continue. Yeah, I hope to have you. Hey, hope your cat gets better. And yeah, I hope everything's all right. I'll be here hanging out for a while. So let's see this. And it opens up because like I want to make the dwarven one for friend. I want to figure out if it's possible to reduce that thing down to where it can be at first level you get the thing, right? This needs to... Okay. Nope. Why can I not? Well, right, they're in 3D art, but I was just curious if there was a, if they were in the Dungeon Master's Guide resource pack. It's what we have to use if we're going to use any of the, like, official artwork. Light Archon. Maybe it could be a lower level if some of its modifiers somehow scaled off of your inscribed runes. They already do. And that's, I agree with you there. But we also have to consider whether or not, we also have to consider what, like, just how strong it is to have just another stat block out there. Like, having control in the battlefield like that is a fairly large amount of power. Medicine perception 7. This feels like a nice familiar you could get. Maybe that's kind of the cool way to go with these, is like you can cast Find Familiar and then get that's gonna feel What are chat's thoughts on all these, some of these creatures getting this, like, tends to be like, what is that? Why is that messing up? I think it's like lawful good. Why are these? Oh crap, I know what happened. Oh, I did a resize and it messed with the size of the fonts. Okay, it's not that bad. There we go. For non-outsider creatures. But like Celestial and Fiend should always be whatever alignment they are. Yeah, like I mean, because I think Rick Winger said as much, or Rick Winninger. Celestials and Fiends are like creatures that are like in their essence good or evil. So therein, yes, it's like by lore they should always be good or evil. But they're going into this direction where they're saying that like rather than state an absolute about a creature's alignment, they're saying this, or is like typically lawful good in the like, and I'm like, what? I mean, sure, whatever. Like, does anybody really pay that much attention to that? No. So it just feels like, I guess I don't really understand why that would bug me, but it's odd. Like, you know. Play Living in the Light from the Isaac soundtrack. Oh, I haven't really heard a whole lot from the new Binding of Isaac soundtrack. I'll turn it up a little bit. Monstrosity's Fate and Dragons feel a little iffy on not having the same alignment. I mean the dragons, it's like it's canon, right? Metal dragons are usually. What is it? Oh god, it's got lyrics to it. I just prefer having like instrumental stuff whenever I've got. I'll check out the Isaac soundtrack and see if there's something I could probably throw on. I could throw on the live stream soundtrack, but it's like whenever it's got like lyrics and I'm trying to talk, it tends to be more distracting. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the way that they're treating it, where like, I mean, some of the lore getting gutted. Okay, I can get behind. I can get behind the idea. Oh, sorry. Hey, what's up? Oh yeah. Okay, all right, I'll be there in a second. Oh, and guess what?
What?
Cassia Hall is closed, motherfucker!
Hell yeah!
Yeah, no school!
Oh, holy shit.
Oh, I've got some of the stuff from Night in the Woods on here. What's up?
Nothing. I was just coming to say hi. It was amazing.
Woo, you feel cold. You were putting off like a cold aura.
I believe it. Inside, I'm like a hot potato.
Yeah. Well, you look like a cute multi-eyed pear.
Look like a hot mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, This thing stayed on and then didn't, and it was great. Amanda
It's
took so many
adorable.
tumbles. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's adorable. Yeah, they're saying hi first, Amanda. Oh man. Okay. So I'm gonna plug in the Light Archon stat block. Yeah, I think if the canon of a thing says like it is, you know, it's like Ray Winninger said, if it's lawful evil or whatever in its essence, then like it needs to, you know, represent that. Which like, yeah, cool. But like, if they're saying that, I don't know, the tends to be feels like a almost just unnecessary. But I guess like I don't know, is it hurting anything? No, I guess not. But it just doesn't. I don't know. It feels like an odd thing. But I guess it's not really any big issue. See if you can hover. I'm just gonna pull this over here. I like a lot of the ideas we got going on in here. Might need to yeah, I guess PV and then make it +2. Why is this? This needs to be balanced over here. Oh, there we go. Damage immunity is lightning, really? It doesn't get resistance to radiant damage? Let's take draw. If you remove the evil, backstabbing, conniving, loath, worshipping part, they're just purple elves. That's not interesting. Well, like, and that's why I say, like, you know what? Totally cool if they do, like, let's do a campaign setting book, right? Do a campaign setting book, make it to where, like, if you want to do the drow in there and say the drow are like this, or this, 100%. I can get behind that idea. Cool. But like, you know, I think making assertions about an entire race, creature type is like the creature specifically, right? If it's like this is, if it's about a creature specifically, I don't think it's a big problem, because you're making a character. You know, I'm just gonna move this over here. That character definitely has an alignment, right? Like that is going to be a solidified thing. +3. I'm just gonna double check this also with like some past material. 8 -1. Oh, Lantern Archon. I put Light Archon? The Lantern Archon name is just so cute. That's so cute. There we go. Boom, boom. And bright light. This is adorable. And see, like, whenever you do all your grep and you do all your character styles and you do all that good business, I can just paste this in from a Google Doc and you see how easy that, oh, it just works. And it's pretty. I don't know that can get condensed any further, but yes. Hey, Tin Can! Finally got done with the college class and you thought you might pop in. Hey, what's up? Class got canceled for me for the next 2 days, so we're in here finishing this damn thing by the end of this weekend. It just works. So yeah, my take is like, creature type doesn't seem like a great place to put the alignment unless the creature type is intrinsically bound into the concept of alignment, right? In the case of fiends, angels, all that. Dragons, same as them, right? Now, in other worlds, could have a different lore. That's fine. Could have a different lore. Maybe that's the reason why, you know, it's different for them, I guess. But like, what I think that WotC needs to just do is put out a damn like campaign setting guide for the Forgotten Realms, and that's where you say stuff like, yeah, Drow and Hero are evil, guys, because whatever. It's rare, like in the case of Drista Worden, that you get Drow that defy that whatever, and you know, but it put the onus of that on the civilization and the society, and the culture, rather than as a racial trait. Because then you're saying that race, like, then you're saying that alignment is like a biological thing, and it's not. Like, ethics and morality aren't biological, they're culture. And the mere fact that we call it a race implies some things. So like, why not shore up the why not just shore up the narrative of it a little bit more? Is that gonna work? Oh, that's adorable. We'll anchor that there, and look at that, we got a nice snap block. Spencer, that is an awesome rune. I may need to... I'm going to look and see if there's not one in the artwork on the DM's Guild. I need the Creator Resource Pack. Nice. Okay, let's see. Celestial. If not, there's always a chance that there might be one on... There's a chance that there might be one on drive-through. Celestial Art. I really need to make a... I really need to make a pack of parchments and stuff that people can use. Alright, let's take a look. Oh, there's only 4 pieces of art that we can use from this pack? That's not even... What? WotC. Or, no, DM's Guild. What the fuck is this? I downloaded the Celestial Resource Pack. Cool. Why are there ants in here? What is this? What is this? Yeah, it's a Fomorian, but like, why is it in this bundle for Celestials? It's not a Celestial. They're like ant people. Ants are gods. Okay, cool art. Are there runes on him anywhere? I guess on his head, maybe? Ooh. That might work. That could be kind of cool for the Supernal. It just feels like a bit too much of a, like, champion, you know? Is this a Celestial? A Ramadine? This is the grand depth of Celestial artwork we can use. Dude. Like, come on now. What is this? They're native to Arcadia? Really? Come on now. Alright, let's see what do we have on drive-through? What can we work with here? Lantern Archon? Maybe? Why does it only have 1 star? I gotta be careful with the stuff on drive-through because that's kind of cool. Why does it only have 1 star? What's the problem? And now I'm kind of unsure what's happening here. This looks good. Like, this looks like exactly what I'd want. I mean, it's not the cool butterfly thing, but like, it'll work. There is a resource pack. Well, that like I'd love to find one that has the. I'm absolutely fine with picking up a resource pack. I can't find it. A resource pack that has the Celestials and stuff in it. Because, yeah, I'll 100% pick it up. Canonically or just formless lights? Gotcha. Hey, so we already got our art then. But... no, it's all good. I feel like I've seen this thing before, which is part of why I'm spending so much time kind of skimming around. Oh, did Dean Spencer just drop a new art piece? Territory Rider? I don't know if this is new. Oh, I guess it is. I love his work, man. That's just so ridiculous. I love... Yeah. Dean makes a lot of great work. That's odd. I would really love to find some cool... That massive pile of badly named files in the... Really? Okay. So, yeah, then... Oh, hang on. Art assets. Let's go create a resource. Because I've got... Okay. I was like, I've got this. Horribly named. But it's also a problem if I don't know. I don't know if everything is totally safe for YouTube. Just because this artwork's kind of wild. Locations, enemies, foes, creatures. Let's go with creatures. Yeah, like, I mean, have you guys seen the Bound Slug? Like, wait, what's with there's a weird, some pretty horny vibes I'm getting off of this thing. The boar's sick. That boar is really cool. I love whatever that is. Great work. There's some cool stuff in here. But like, can I find the... It does. It gives off... This gives off some pretty horny vibes. I don't know what the... I don't know. Bound Slug kind of thick though. I'm just skimming to see if I can find it. Oh yeah, absolutely. You know somebody drew this and they were like, man, if only I could make that fantasy reality. That is somebody's kink. Am I allowed to use drive-through cards? Maybe it depends on the product. I'm not super sure. I'm just not seeing it at first glance. It's sticking its chest out. Ooh. I'm just real quick trying to skim through here to see if I can find it. You'll send it on Discord. I appreciate you, man. Phoenix Wings. Ooh. Really? Is it just the ball? Art image. Okay, yeah. Then that would mean I buy the license for it. That's fine. 40 cents? I'll take it. Give me that. Okay. I'll go ahead and pick these 3 up. Cool, thank you, Spencer. That should be fine. I mean, the butterfly would have been really sick, but yeah, I'm fine with it just being the little ball that you're like, yeah, that's my angel buddy. Okay, let's see. Oh wow, is it a tiny JPEG? Let's see this, multiply. And then text wrap. Boop, 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 boop. Does this look good? Does it look good? Will this work? Yeah, it looks okay. Yeah, that's alright. And I want that to be above. And I want that to be above, so boop, 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 boop. Now, uh-oh. Let's see this. Release. Ungroup. Because this is anchored to that. That's why. Okay. Anchor. Release. Sorry, you guys are also seeing one of the very, very frustrating sides of using InDesign. I love this program. Absolutely love InDesign. But anchored objects are extremely frustrating. It does look kind of like an egg yolk, yes. Anchored objects are like, I want this text to move with a box, right? I want this text to move alongside something else. So I anchor it to make sure that anytime that this text moves, this stat block will move with it, right? It helps out with formatting. Yeah, there we go. It's kind of cool if it's like that, right? Kind of like that. Boom. Nice. But anchoring requires that you specifically like put them onto the layout in a specific order, and you anchor them in a specific way in order to make sure that they all appear quite right. But yeah, it's a little bit frustrating, especially whenever you're trying to do text wrapping and all this other stuff. But yes, little light archon. It would have been cool to be able to get the metal butterfly, but yeah. So I like this idea. We're going to come back here in just a little bit, but I've been streaming for almost 5 hours now. So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go say hi to Amanda. I'm going to grab a quick bite to eat. And I'll be back here in like 10 minutes. Okay? You guys don't go anywhere. I'll be hanging out. Or go watch another video. Come back, hang out, all that good business. We're making a lot of good progress. I'm very, very excited to see how far along this is coming. Wow, I legitimately think that this is gonna be a super big deal. Yeah, I'm very stoked to see what this does over on the DMs Guild. Let me save that. And yeah, it's the soul of a good mortal. It's just like, yeah, hello friend. Thanks for bringing me through the road. Anyways, guys, yeah, I'll be right back. Thank you all again for all the donations and all the support. If you're new to the channel, subscribe, like the video if you haven't already. Anyways, yes, I will get back to that. Let me go make a sandwich, get some more coffee. I'll see you all here in a second. Oh, there's another really good one off the Borderlands soundtrack. Oh. Oh. Okay. Whew. So. Protect. I don't know what this can be, but it's probably got to get off of here. Oh, Borderlands soundtrack is so damn good. So damn good. Thank you. Welcome back to all of you all as well. I hope that you are enjoying the stream. I hope that your break was productive. And you got back at the same time I did. Hey! Yeah, we just ordered pizza. So I'm gonna be a very, very, very happy child here in a second. Okay. Shield. I think this might be the place where you can throw that effect. When the creature shares their hit dice, I just don't know that anybody's gonna use this. Okay, I don't know that anybody's gonna use this. And I pulled this effect from the other one. Okay, so boom, you can shield it. This is all about like this is selflessness. It's gonna provide the bonus to AC. This is a very nice rune right here. Pizza. No, oh man, pizza and snow. We're gonna get this thing done. And then I'm thinking about later on, depending on how far I get with the Runekeeper, I kind of want to check out Legends Arceus. Like, I mean, I've been hearing some really good stuff about that game, and like, from what I've seen, it's exactly the kind of Pokemon game that I would have wanted whenever I was a kid. So like, looks pretty good. So yeah, I might pick that one up. Can I? Oh, is it good? Alright, hang on. You guys will see it. Hang on. I'm just gonna buy it here on stream. Oh, no, wait. Me downloading it is gonna... No! Me downloading it is gonna pull away from the bitrate of the stream. Is it gonna be that rough? How bad is it gonna be? I don't want stream to crash. I also tried to figure out how I might be able to set up my Switch to, like, stream on here. But, yeah, I've been hearing... Today is a very satisfy the inner child kind of day. Agreed. Because, thanks to you lovely people, I was able to... I think I can justify that. Yeah. Wow, it's only 6 gigabytes? That game is tiny. Alright, we'll see. Oh god, please don't just kill my bitrate on my computer. Alright, that's gonna download. That'll do its thing. In 6 gigabytes, this should download really quick. Okay, so the ward. They can, this, I think this was, I can't remember who gave this one over. Your rune magic ability modifier, oh, I guess that's fair. Smaller than Skyrim and no voice acting cuts down on the file size. Interesting. Wow, so it's only 6 gigabytes. Man. Yeah, like, everything I've heard was, like, they could have done things like, they could have made the world prettier, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, oh, sure, you can say that, but, like, I'm I'm pretty okay with like a not amazing looking world if the game is gonna play right. Like if the game is gonna play like what I want it to be, you know? It sounds like from everything I've seen. Yeah. Someone told me that there's no abilities, which is kind of odd. There's no abilities and no like Pokemon breeding, which like from the sound of the world, it sounds like that's probably the right decision from lore. Let's get it. But yeah, pizza, Pokemon. Let's see how far I get with this. They can add your rune magic ability to death saving throws. If it granted you... The battle system's totally different, yeah. The way the stance system works, it gives you plenty to think about. Okay. Yeah, I'm... Oh, you don't want to go back to old Pokemon after playing this one? Really? Is it that good? Like, I mean, Pokemon's battle system is pretty good. Okay, it's gotten stale. I will admit, it has gotten stale. Okay? But, like, the idea behind it, of like the paper scissors rock battle, like, you know, weakness system, pretty good, pretty fucking smart, not gonna lie. I think that like it also informs a lot of what many of us think resistance, weakness, and vulnerability should kind of feel like, you know. It's a breath of fresh air, and it's, yeah, I think the breath of the wild, yeah, I think that after the reception that they've seen from this, most likely the next Pokemon game is going to go in that direction. Yeah, okay. Then I'm excited to check it out. The Ward one. This is very good in here. Rune magic ability to death saving throws. What this needed to do probably... Because I think this was one that Clip Eye submitted last night. I think that warding granting I don't think the creature needs to be attuned to it. But, like, is this a little magic defibrillator that you can, like, tap onto somebody else and then, you know? Maybe. But a bonus to death saving throws the creature makes equal to half the number of runes you have inscribed. And then it gets to add... What if it was just advantage up top? The attuned creature has advantage on death saving throws. Is a great ward. That is a great ward. If we remove... Like, remove that. ROR's Providence and Mithrix? Is that like a Pokemon thing? Wow, you guys weren't kidding. That's downloading super fast. All right, it's. Can you see that? You see it? Oh, wait. This is good incentive for me to get this thing done. I'll have. Oh, wait. There you go. All right. But we can't get in on. We can't get in on Pokemon until we get through this. So that's good incentive to get this done. So, did I see the Magic the Gathering / Hatsune Miku crossover? What? Alright. Oh. So are they doing like a cyberpunk world? What? People have to be so mad. Oh, people have got to be so mad at this, and that I find that absolutely hilarious. Oh. What's the story here? Okay. What? Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, so Hatsune Miku. He's in Magic the Gathering? Magic the Gathering developer Wizards of the Coast revealed a new collab with Hatsune Miku for its Kamigawa Neon Dynasty card set expansion. The French Twitter account for Magic the Gathering teased the collaboration with Hatsune Miku, and a full reveal happened on February 3rd, 2022. Okay. Vocaloid explains what Hatsune Miku is. I think most all of us know what Hatsune Miku is. What? Okay, so they're just explaining what Hatsune Miku is? They're not actually getting into what this is about? Like, I don't know what's happening, but this is hilarious. The fact that there's Magic the Gathering card, like, I mean, this tells me that either somebody's playing a super elaborate prank and has access to the Wizards of the Coast, like, you know, French accounts, but like, geez, that, okay. I mean, wow, there's a lot of art. That's a thing. I guess it's for like a new expansion, and then like Hatsune Miku is gonna be in it. She's a planeswalker. Oh man. Oh. Oh, that's super funny. Good on them, I guess. Oh, buddy. That seems very, that seems like a very Wizards of the Coast kind of decision. I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know that Wizards of the Coast is really great at showing their IPs a lot of respect. You know, Domino's X Hatsune Miku all over again. She won't be on a card, but like, then what's the point? Literally has an ability that steals like like, if she's not going to be on a card, then what's the point? Like, why do the crossover if she's not on a card? Is it just so that they can have her, like, in promos and shit for it? Like, what? Oh, they released a song to promote it? Okay. How peculiar. I'm just curious if there wasn't a Archon art for... Jeez. Okay. Couldn't really find it. They did a crossover with Godzilla before. Yeah, but didn't Godzilla actually have a card? Like, I thought that Godzilla actually had a card in Magic the Gathering. And like at least, you know, like I'm not complaining. I have no dog in this fight. I just thought it was kind of funny. Yeah, Godzilla had an actual card. Boom. I guess it's Titanoth Rex. So I guess that was a, yeah, trample. So it's just a reskin. Sample Archon. Oh, cool. Uh, to get the Eastern Hemisphere more into Western TTRPGs, possibly, but like, I mean, Japan's already pretty into D&D. Like, I mean, from what I understand, maybe they're more into MMOs right now at the moment, but like, D&D has helped to shape a lot of like, you know, RPG design over like. I mean, the entire concept of Dragon Quest or Dragon Warrior was to try and make D&D the video game. Hatsune Miku. Oh my god. Oh man. Yeah, I've got no dog in that fight. I know that there's got to be people that are so mad about that, and I find that hilarious. Hilarious. Yeah, that's yeah. I think that Magic the Gathering is a pretty cool game. I think that the strategies that get evoked, the art, the overall narrative heart that you can evoke from game mechanics in MTG, great game. Man, its fans are pretty ravenous though. Hey, Feral Tiefling. This is... Yep, that's the save. And then the creature has advantage on death saving throws, as well as the other thing you can do this. Counts as a life rune. But like, oh... Oh, wait, Spencer, you wrote even more. That's right, hang on. What are people sending me? Spencer sent more. I need to go look at that. Boom. Okay. What else we got here? Another rune from Spencer. God, I want to use this art so bad. Okay. Oh no, I mean like this is good. This is like I think that this is a fantastic rune right here. Marks rivals of the upper planes while wearing the object inscribed with this rune. You can choose a creature type from either aberrations, fiends, or undead. You gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. Possibly. Is that my pizza? There's no way that's already here. Gains no benefit from cover. Like you always kind of know where it is? Like, I like the idea of enemy runes marking creatures, right? That feels pretty cool. Enemy runes marking creatures. Pretty sick. Inscribe with a rune. I think if you went... Hang on. Okay. So... You gain a bonus to damage rolls. I think if we do this, like, oh, hello, Spencer. Your mom got the news. She also has us know that. Hey, congratulations. Changes if it's too good. I think that needs to be probably. Oh man, Google Docs is so funny that like have a conversation. You're in chat. You're also over here, right? What's the reason for snow days? The roads get way too rough. The roads get so bad, like that we can't really drive on them. Whenever there's ice on the roads, it's actually deadly to get out on to the streets, right? So we just decided to cancel school and all big stuff for the day in order to like, not get anyone in. Yeah. Another big thing is like, especially for schools, if the school bus routes, buses are real bad about slipping on ice because they're just big and you're hauling around like 30 kids. Let me see. Is there just like a safe video? Oh yeah, here you go. Yeah. Wait, no one's gonna get seriously hurt in this, right? Oh yeah. Okay. Here's the reason why we cancel school whenever there's ice on the road.
I bring you pizza.
Oh yeah. We're watching a bus slipping on the ice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, let's see.
Because they were
Oh,
there's
shit.
yeah. There's someone in my chat that
Oh,
isn't from yeah,
man.
that doesn't get snow, and I'm like, this is why we cancel school.
Oh, man. And the roads don't even look that bad at this one.
Nope.
This school bus, here, go back, Amanda.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah.
I know, dude.
Yeah, this is 100% the reason why we cancel school. So those roads also, yeah. Oh yeah.
I know, takes out that
Takes out the mailbox.
Oh, I know, man.
And there it goes.
Damn.
Damn it.
I know, and I was like, the roads don't even look that terrible, but
Right.
that's why we cancel school.
Yeah.
People are like, the roads look fine. It's like, yeah, drive a bus on that shit.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Or, yeah, there were so many cars who aren't equipped for it.
Yeah.
Right. Just because you've got some SUV and you can get your crotch food.
Doesn't mean everyone
To
else
their-
does.
Right.
Oh,
Well, like,
I know.
yeah, they're saying like silver car is the MVP. Yeah, but like, I mean, think about this.
They saved the day.
If there were like, if there's kids on this bus, like, you know how like that car actually probably could have just saved a bunch of kids' lives. I
See,
mean,
that's what I want to know, if there were any kids at all left on the bus. Because that kind of makes a big difference. I mean, either
Yeah.
way, it's obviously
Bad, but yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
it's proof that
yeah.
it needs to be canceled.
So we do that because we want to make sure that kids are going to be safe. We want to make sure that buses don't do damage on the roads. But also, like, it's just kind of a fun tradition. You know, hey, if it snows real hard and you guys haven't had to cancel too much school, why not go on ahead, give the kids a chance to just kind of go out and play in the snow. Yeah, it's fun. Okay. What do you got, Spencer? Maybe. We don't want to infringe too much on Hunter's mark, but I like the idea of it marking the target and other stuff kind of happening to it. But what could it be? I think the crazy thing, I kind of wonder if like Divine Smite is just so good that like we could not write a mechanic that makes it to where the thing can be vulnerable to radiant damage. Maybe it should say like, when you inscribe the rune, choose an object. Yeah, when you inscribe the rune, choose a creature type. And then like, yeah, lasting guiding bolt. Man, Guiding Bolt's so underrated. You wish you had heat stroke days when it's sometimes so hot you literally weren't allowed to exit any buildings? Yeah. We do that. We do that here in Oklahoma. It's rare that we've... Hey, Amanda.
Yeah.
When's the last... Do you remember, like, them canceling school because it was so hot here?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, we've done that before, right?
Like we did like ozone alert days.
Ozone alert
We're not
days, yeah.
allowed to go outside. Definitely not for recess, and sometimes, yeah.
But it has to, like, break 110 or something, right? Like,
Yeah.
I think once it hits that point.
Yeah. Well, and especially on the ozone days, because there's like less protection from the UV,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like higher risk for skin cancer.
Yeah.
Because literally, that's all sunburn is your skin cells protecting you from getting cancer. They just kill themselves.
Well, that was joyful. Thank you.
Science.
Science. Yeah, they'll cancel school here for that. Alright, what you got? What's 110 in Celsius? That's a good question. I don't know because I'm a filthy American. Oh wait, we need to flip that. It is 43 degrees Celsius. Okay, so let's see. We want it to market, right? One of your coolest school memories as a kid was going to kindergarten or something and a literal dust storm was just raging away for hours and no one could leave? That's crazy. I remember, like, you know, whenever I was a kid, like, I remember looking out. I think I was in, like, what, 3rd grade? I remember looking outside at the playground and there was just a dog on the playground. And, like, every kid, you could hear the entire school freaking out because there's just a dog on the playground. It's like, you would have thought it was a fucking Pikachu. Like, all right, so okay. Spencer, you probably just want to say creature of the chosen type. They can see. Yeah, we can reduce the word count. Yo, playground dog, what it do? I know, right? You would think like we'd never seen a dog before in our lives, and it was like, oh, it's on the playground, yeah! Is he gonna go down the slide? What? Yeah! Coolest memory you had as a kid was being in a flash flood in the desert at a high spot? Ooh. That'd be kind of bizarre and dreamy, I think. Creature wearing an object inscribed with this rune can use their bonus action to mark a creature of the chosen type. Now, what's the cool thing here? What can we do that isn't taking too much away from Hunter's Mark? Alright? Like, let me zoom up on that a little bit more. Okay. So what's the cool thing that you can do with this? that isn't pulling away too much from Hunter's Mark. You could. So whenever we mark it, right, it's like that needs to be that we are basically we are deeming that thing to be profane, right? So what? Ooh, hiccup. If we say if it takes radiant damage, it takes additional radiant damage. That's a little bit meh. That's very good. Posted the Lancer Archon. Let's see. Ooh. That's cool. That could work. Is that actual Hebrew on it? We probably want to remove the Hebrew. I don't think we can make any references to even like if we could remove the Hebrew and make it, just like even flat metal, that'd be great. I would 100% use that. Yeah. That could work. It does. That could 100% work. And that's really cool. Okay. Can't gain the benefits from being invisible. You could do friendly creatures maybe can't be frightened of it, or nah. I mean, what's a bad thing that these things usually do? Do what? I can read Hebrew in that? No, I mean the fact that it's Hebrew at all. It's not that it's offensive or anything like that. It's just that it's Hebrew. People would like see it, and it kind of takes them out of the fantasy of it, But I mean, it looks great. That's the only thing that I'd be like, yeah. Undead do, yeah. Undead do. What do we want? You mark this creature, and okay, hang on. Hold up. The marked creature can't teleport? If the marked creature can't teleport, that gets rid of a lot of real scary stuff. There's a lot of aberrations, fiends, and undead that would get a lot of love out of that. It probably needs to go so far as to say, if the creature tries to teleport, it must succeed on a charisma saving throw against your yeah, right. Yeah, that covers a lot of really good bases. It must succeed on a charisma saving throw. If it fails, it takes damage, right? And then it can't teleport. There's something very, very good in that. Oh. Arceus just downloaded. Arceus. After all the shit I got for the Genocide thing. They're really gonna make a Pokemon one. Um, yeah, yeah. Um, I would say on a failed save, what's the cool thing here? Like light explodes from the area. Hold up, like, okay, what's the cool cinematic here? Because, like, okay, we got it, right? We know that often, aberrations, fiends, and undead are likely, the through line there is going to be teleportation, right? Aberrations, they're probably going to try to get out of there if things get too freaky. Undead, kind of famously, a lot of liches will try to teleport. A lot of, ooh, how can we make this work with, is that ethereal plane for the ghost? So, like, incorporeal movement? Is there a way that we can do that, right? They cannot willingly teleport, use incorporeal movement, or enter the ethereal plane? Possibly? God, that could be so good. Like, and if they try to, they must succeed on a charisma saving throw. On a failed save, the portal becomes like a censure. Like, oh man, there's such a cool idea in here. What if smiting? Yeah. Like, it needs to do damage. Like, we think this is cool, but like, the cool thing for this is you're shutting down. Like, here's the scary thing. This is a very, very good rune because this is shutting down a like 7th level spell. It's a situational 7th level spell. Now, it is tied into if they try to teleport. Okay, so what I think this could be, right? Okay. Yeah, it's like Hallow, right? I like that. I like that. Now, if we're gonna use Hallow, oh yeah, that's so good. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, if you're cool with me using that, yeah, I'll totally use it in the Runekeeper PDF. Um, okay. Yeah, it would be Hallow, Force Cage. Mm, oh, nice. Well, thank you, Sirens. Um, boom. Save it. Boop. We go. Oh, and you exported it as PNG. Oh, my man. Oh, you know what's up. Okay. God, that is so cool. I love that it's like an odd butterfly like thing. Oh, that just ties it even more into the idea of like runic in a way. I don't know how. Okay. How do you want to be credited in here? I can move that to where it's side away from spine. Okay. Why is this? Okay. Might need to clip a little bit of this. It almost feels like Final Fantasy X-ish in design. Oh, that's super cool. The official pronunciation used to be Arceus, but they realized it sounds like Arceus. Arceus. Funny. Siren's Match just for Siren? Cool, can do. Thank you so much. Cool. Okay. That's cool. Alright. Also Druidic. Wow. Druidic's whole magic portfolio. Oh shit. What'd I just delete? Uh-oh. Wait, edit, renew typing. Yes. Okay. What'd I just delete? There we go. Come on. Boom. Boom. Okay. So, Druidic's whole, like, runic portfolio got, like, since if you look at Circle of the Land, what's their thing? We're the Spellcaster Druid. So I thought, like, each of the different terrain types, like, that we already got for Giants also needed, like, some representation somehow. So, like, Mountain Giant, Hill Giant, you know, whatever. They need a rune. They need other runes in other languages to kind of fill out, like, once you get, you know what I mean? Like, having just, like, one rune that says, like, this is the mountain rune, it feels a little odd unless you build onto that. Which, like, hey, now we can go over into Dwarvish and give them a mountain rune. Come on, you know Dwarvish is going to have a mountain rune. Come on now. So it gives us an excuse to write another one, right? Dwarvish is probably going to have mountain, hill. Yeah. Actually, this needs to. Boop. Okay. This probably needs to be changed. Need a hill and a mountain. They got a cold. Mountain home is one word. Yeah, this rune is also a home rune. What would the Dwarvish mountain rune be? I mean, it could just be. What's the good thing? Like, Yeah. That's kind of where I'm thinking about going with that, Spencer. I'd probably agree with that change. Um, make sure. Oh, one sec. Let me close the door. I just realized they're getting loud. Okay. Would it be the same for other giants? Celestial might have a giant. Yeah. Um, I mean, Celestial Fire Room could just literally be, we're gonna give you Sacred Flame. Bam. Print it, ship it. Print it and ship it. Amelia, please go on. No, you're not getting my pizza. I closed that door because they were cackling like witches back there. We're looking for Dwarf. Hmm. Like, maybe. Like, that's a pretty simple one. You get Sacred Flame, and you can cast a second level spell slot, or second level spell, yeah, like, that's simple. I forget, is Continual Flame a first or second level spell? Mountain Dwarf. Mountain. What can? I think it might be a second. Ihar or Ilhar? You know, what could be really good. What could be really good. And not really eat up a ton of the budget. So you can take this one. And I think... Oh wait, this needs to be... Ugh, I need to work on that one. Okay. Yes, here we go. This was, I can't remember if I pulled this from Heavies or it was one that I wrote originally. You can use a reaction to reduce the overshield. Actually, this is one I want to take. Oh, actually. Oh man, this is so okay. This might actually fit the idea of the ward a little bit better. Yeah, this might fit the idea of the ward a little bit better than the death saving throw thing right here. And this is one that heavy. Oh, come on. Okay. This is one that Heavy wrote in Complete Armorer's Handbook. I agree. This is... Hey! Of their returns. Okay, cool. So Heavy has one in Complete Armorer's Handbook, as many of you know. I have been adapting the stuff that's in here, the stuff that's in Complete Armorer's Handbook to be compatible with my Runekeeper, because, I mean, that's what people have been asking, if it's going to work out, you know, one for one. Happy to say, yes. Yes, it will. So, or wait. Okay. I almost think that this needs to be requires attunement because the effect is that good. Why did this just mess up? Okay, and since you can get this at 7th level and they can attune to it as well as something else that's okay. I've been using mostly Latin for Celestial. Yeah, like it banishes the wish. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. But like they've already got some stuff to do that in oh wait, this can go away. God, it's been 6 hours? Jeez. It just does not feel like that. How many runes do I have in here for this? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay. The power of this one has changed significantly. This one needs to, this one will get scrapped for, I'll talk about it here in a second. This is going to come from an Empyrean. Because I saw that earlier and I was just like, yep, that is everything and more I want it to be. So I think I may I may take like an hour break because I've been streaming for about 6 hours. I may take like an hour or two break and just kind of like drink some water, hang out, see what else going on. But I'll probably get back on here in a little while because I need to kind of take my eye off some stuff. Yeah, so I think with that, if you guys have any other runes that you want to submit to this thing, you know, shout out, all that good stuff. Spencer will take a look at that whenever I come back, if you're still around. So, I do want to get this thing knocked out. I've really only got a few days off to try and get this done. So, I'll be back on this probably here. Yeah, let me see. 6:32 here. Yep, I'll be back. Probably maybe like in an hour and a half. Just let me go kind of rest up a little bit, and I will be back on. You'll be asleep by then. Well, hey, thanks for hanging out, Karen. I really appreciate you. You'll be here. Cool. All right. Yeah, guys. Let me just kind of get off the computer for a second. See what all is going on. And then, if I'm able to, which I should be, I can't think of any reason why not, you'll see me again here in about an hour and a half. Maybe 2 hours. Well, I'll be back on. Anyways, guys. Yeah. If you're not going to be able to be back, hang out, all that stuff, you have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging out, being here. Thank you so much to all the donos in stream for this craziness. Yeah, super fun stream. I'll be back on here in just a little while. So, yeah, guys, I hope you all are staying safe, staying healthy, and I'll see you here in just a little bit.